afternoon. Welcome all the guests for participating in the 2020 International Climate Finance Forum. The forum will start in 5 minutes, and please be ready and take your seats. And please also turn your mobile phones into the silent mode. And due to the concern of the COVID-19 pandemic, we kindly ask all the participants to keep social distance and wear the masks all the time. Thank you for your cooperation. Good afternoon, all the on-site officials, distinguished guests, and online audiences, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all to the 2020 International Climate Finance Forum. First of all, I would like to introduce our distinguished guest. Please welcome Mr. Guangzhong Liang, Director General, Department of Treaty and Legal Affairs from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the second guest, I would like to welcome Mr. Zhou Lai, Director General of Department of International Affairs from Taiwan's Supervisory Commission. And the third guest, I would like to welcome Ms. Brenda Hu, Deputy Director General of Department of Planning from Taiwan's Financial Supervisory Commission. And the fourth guest, I would like to welcome Dr. Thomas Prinz, Director General from German Institute Taipei. The fifth guest, I would like to welcome Mr. Akira Yokochi, Deputy Representative from Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association. And the sixth guest, I would like to welcome Monsieur Guillaume Devalet, Deputy Representative from French office in Taipei. And the seventh guest, I would like to welcome Dr. Nick Bailey, Deputy Director of Economic and Policy Section, Australian Office, Taipei. And next, let's give a warmest welcome to Mr. Guangzhong Liang, Director General, Department of Treaty and Legal Affairs from MOFA, to give us the opening speech.
Professor Chen Ming Li, Vice President of Taiwan Research Institute. Mr. Ming Xian Lai, Director General of Department of International Affairs of Financial Supervisory Commission. Ms. Brenda Hu, Deputy Director of the Department of Planning of the Financial Supervisory Commission. Dr. Thomas Prince, Director General of the German Institute Taipei. Mr. Guillaume Devali, Deputy Representative of French Office in Taipei, and Mr. Akira Yokochi, Deputy Representative of Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association. Dr. Ni Beli, Deputy Director of Economy and Policy Section of the Australian Office Taipei, and all of you joining us virtually. Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for taking the time to attend the 2020 International Climate Finance Forum, held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Taiwan Research Institute. The topic of this forum, climate finance, has been gaining momentum worldwide in recent years. Many developed countries, including Australia, Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom, have striven to incorporate energy saving, carbon reduction, and environmental protection concepts into their climate action policies through climate finance mechanism. They also agree that the use of capital injections is the most direct way to help least developed and developing countries resist or reduce the impact of climate change. The Paris Agreement calls on developed nations to mobilize $100 billion annually so that the Green Climate Fund can better assist countries that are at greatest risk from climate change, yet incapable of reacting to or reducing its impact. The United Kingdom, host country of the UNFCCC 26, has made climate finance a major agenda item. Many countries are also exploring whether green policies can be adopted to help revitalize their economies in the post-COVID-19 era. Climate finance has thus become a key topic in international discussions on climate change. Taiwan has also identified climate finance as an important policy conference. Yeah, no light. Oh, some light. Yeah, sorry, I had to. What? Your lighter. Huh? Have light? No. This year, we announced the Green Finance Action Plan 2.0. In the short term, the plan aims to help green energy industry raise R&D and operational funding, including the photovoltaics and offshore wind power industry. As for our long-term goals, the government is working to reform the financial market, strengthen information transparency in order to encourage investors and enterprise attach importance to ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance concepts. Through the combined efforts of public and private sectors, we can more readily achieve low-carbon economic transformation and meet sustainable development goals while keeping pace with the international community. The forum covers a wide range of topics. We have invited many high-ranking foreign representatives stationed in Taiwan to share their views and experience regarding international climate finance issues with our Financial Supervisory Commission. We have also invited experts and scholars from Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom, as well as industry and NGO representatives to discuss important topics virtually with their Taiwanese counterparts. Such topics include the current situation and prospects of worldwide climate funds, ways to increase these funds, and green energy technology transfers. The forum aims to help promote exchanges among industry, government, and academia, which can also serve as excellent reference for Taiwan when formulating next year's campaign to gain meaningful participation in the UNFCCC. Furthermore, domestic and foreign youth organizations concerned with climate issues, such as Young Girl and the Taiwan Youth Climate Coalition, have been invited to offer their experience in taking climate action and views on climate finance topics. In this way, we recognize the importance of youth participation in international initiatives. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Taiwan Research Institute for collaborating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in organizing the forum. The forum has given government officials, experts, scholars, and industry, and NGO representatives from home and abroad the opportunity to gather together to share experience and exchange ideas. Moreover, you will surely help bolster the momentum for Taiwan's participation in the UNFCCC next year. So I wish the forum the best of success. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. This will be a special moment here. Okay, next, let's welcome Mr. Zhou Lai, Director General of Department of International Affairs from Taiwan's Financial Supervisory Commission, to give us another opening remark.
Well, thank you, Director General Liang, and Deputy Director Ms. Hu, and Deputy Director Director General Dr. Prince, and Deputy Representative Okoshi-san, and Deputy Representative Mr. Devali, and Deputy Director Dr. Bailey, and also the Vice President Lee of Taiwan Research Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be invited to today's International Climate Finance Forum, and I would like to express the utmost gratitude to our organizers, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Taiwan Research Institute, for their efforts to organizing this important forum, and to all the honorable guests for your participation. We are very honored to have 43 experts from various disciplines representing 7 countries joining this forum today. We will address the topics including prospects for international climate finance, national climate change policy, scaling up global climate funds, energy transition, Paris Agreement implementation, and international climate funds and technology transfer. These topics have gained great attention both domestically and internationally as well. In accordance to the spirit of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, our Greenhouse Gas Reduction and Management Act was promulgated on July 1st, 2015. In order to strengthen environmental justice and take the shared responsibility of environmental protection and national development, this act regulates our long-term national greenhouse gas emission reduction goal, authority and the responsibility of government agencies, emission reduction measures, and education. This act plays the role of domestic policymaking integration mechanism and serve as a bridge to participate in international cooperation. In line with the green finance and the greenhouse gas emission reduction policies as mentioned in this act, the Financial Supervisory Commission, or the FSC, proposed the Green Finance Action Plan, which was approved by our executive yuan on November 6, 2017. This action plan includes a total of 25 measures that covers the following 7 aspects: credit, investment, capital market fundraising, professionals cultivation, promotion of further development of green financial products and services, information disclosure, and the promotion of the concept of green sustainability. Under the concerted efforts of the FSC and the relevant central authorities in the past few years, the action plan has attained major achievements in the following areas. First, we relaxed rules and regulations on extension of credit and financing by financial institutions to make it easier for renewable energy companies to obtain credit loans from banks and insurance companies. Second, we created and developed a green bond market to facilitate the raising of capital that will be used for environmental improvement and green transformation, and steer capital market towards responsible investment. Third, we encourage insurers to invest directly or indirectly in the green energy industry. Fourth, we offer training courses, workshops, and seminars to cultivate financial professionals with knowledge of the green energy industry. Fifth, we also encourage banks to develop green credit cards so as to raise public awareness of the importance of green lifestyles and green consumption. Sixth, we had promoted green stock index and the green ETF derived therefrom, green insurance, and other green financial products. Last but not least, we require banks and the insurers to disclose their management policies for sustainable finance in their corporate social responsibility report, or also known as CSR reports. Now let's move on to the international development. Green finance has been developed and practiced for many years internationally. In the early stage, green finance focused on the policies of promoting green finance and investment or green bond development and encouraging financial institutions to sign on to international principles on a voluntary basis, such as well-known Equator principles, principles for responsible banking, principles for responsible investment, and the principles for sustainable insurance to channel funds to green energy industry. In recent years, however, as countries have pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions under the Paris Agreement and aims to attain the UN Sustainable Development Goal, or SDGs, financial supervisors around the world have begun to adopt policies to guide their financial institutions and businesses to appreciate the importance of risk management associated with climate change and enhancing information disclosure. Financial supervisors have also extended policies guidance to address sustainable finance, which focused on ESG factors as the core of the financial policy development, in the hope of leveraging market forces to instill the concept of sustainable development in investors and businesses, and furthermore, to bring about economic transformation. Sustainable development has become the core value for Taiwan and governments around the world in order to maximize the role of financial system in the pursuit of sustainable development. The FSC has been inviting specialized institutions as well as foreign governments and the financial institutions that have achieved considerable success in promoting green and sustainable finance to share their experiences and the challenges encountered in the process and make necessary policy recommendations. On the basis of the existing action plan, the FSC Chairman Huang launched in August this year the Green Finance Action Plan version 2, which includes the short-term and the mid-term measures. And the FSCs will undergo the annual modifications on a rolling basis to build frameworks and foundations for effective green and sustainable financial market. Through the promotion of this action plan, we will enhance quality and the transparency of ESG disclosure and develop the definition or taxonomy for green and sustainable development industries to guide the financial sector step by step toward investing in and financing renewable energy projects, and furthermore, supporting green and sustainable development. In addition, this action plan aims to assist financial institutions in building climate resilience. And later, our Deputy Director General, Ms. Hu, will share more details on this new action plan. In the future, the FSC will build a more comprehensive green and sustainable finance system and a set of guidelines in alignment with international norms under the basis of the aforementioned Green Finance Action Plan. With the forces of the financial market in full play, it will still and support the development of physical industries while bringing about the low-carbon transformation to drive a positive cycle of sustainable finance ecosystem and create a triple win situation for financial sector, physical industries, and the society as a whole. In closing, I believe we will have a very fruitful discussion with so many distinguished experts' contribution. And this, I hope, this forum will inspire every participant everyone in front of your screen to have a deeper and a better understanding of the climate change and the climate finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break for 10 minutes, and please come back at 2:35. Thank you very much. panel discussion is about to begin in 5 minutes, and Professor Jiande Fan from Institute of Law for Science and Technology in National Tsinghua University will moderate this session. And when the session begins, the moderator, Professor Fan, will make a brief introduction, and each speaker will present at this podium where I'm standing. And please use the microphone we prepare, okay, for better recording. And we also prepare the pointer for you. And you can watch the presentation slides on the TV over there. Okay, so thank you for your cooperation. Good afternoon. The high-level panel discussion is officially started. And let's give a warm welcome to Professor Fan, our moderator.
Thank you. Director General Liang, Director General Lai, our distinguished guest, and our audience in the presence and also on the web. It's quite a privilege and honor having this opportunity to chair this session of the roundtable discussion. And supposedly we should be in Glasgow, right? But it's also great that we can have the opportunity here in Taiwan, because this place is quite I think it's quite a privilege that we can still here get together and to exchange the opinion to each other. And dating back to 2015, we understand that the long-term so-called North and South tension has been somehow eased because of the pledge about the contribution of financial support from the North to South. But thereafter, we are keep tracking on how is that committed or implemented. And so far, when we are all looking for the progress of the so-called fast-track finance and also the long-term finance, after 2020, now we face the challenge or threat of COVID-19. And just like Director General of the UN, Guterres, he mentioned that that's the dual threat to the human people in the world. And on the other hand, that also causes a problem for the work that we are combating the climate change or the threat of human risk. And now we turn to the green recovery in most of the countries. And again, we need to count on the financial support in addition to the technology that we can apply. And when we are talking about the financial support, let's turn to the world. Usually, we can see almost like 60 billion US dollars has been somehow deployed in the world for this purpose. But now, it's still far from enough. So now the people are talking about how to leverage those precious financial resources for our large-scale green investment in the near future. So we need to count on all the government and the society's efforts to make that be feasible. So that's why we are here. We have the opportunity to invite all our friends here, our distinguished guests, to share with each of your countries' experiences. So if we can see how can we really push forward and to make this happen, I mean, the green finance. It's a tough job. And the time is limited. So I would like to invite firstly the Ms. Hu, Brenda Hu, the Deputy Director General of Department of Planning, Financial Supervisory Commission of Republic of China. So Ms. Hu, you can have the floor now.
Thank you, Professor Fan. Oh, okay. Thank you, Professor Fan. And I would also like to thank Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting today's forum. And we are glad that we have our fellow country representatives to join us to talk about climate finance, and we can share our experience in this topic. As you probably know, that the financial markets and the financial institutions play a more and more important role in climate change issues. That is because financial institutions manage mass amount of funds from the public. So they have the funding decision power. So we have to use that power and to reorient those funding to the industries that we are looking for, that is green industry or ESG industries. So we know that, and our commission try to utilize the funding power of financial institutions. So in this August, in the August of this year, we launched the Green Finance Action Plan version 2. So in that version 2, we try to utilize financial's power. I will just use 3 steps to talk about how we expect our financial institutions to exert their influence. First, we encourage them to voluntarily adopt international initiatives, such as principle for responsible banking, responsible investment, or sustainable insurance, etc., and also filled out questionnaires issued by the ESG rating systems or major stock market indices, such as CDP or DJSI, etc. So by doing so, financial institutions can understand how those international organizations try to evaluate financial institutions on their management of climate risks. And also, they can looking for feasible practice internationally, and so that they can use to try to reduce their risk and to seize opportunities. And also they can try to learn how to magnify their impacts on their stakeholders. And the second step is we want financial institutions to review their own performance and try to think about how to make improvements, especially when they invest in or to make loan to enterprises that are very vulnerable to the climate change. And also maybe some industry or companies that are harmful to our environment or very affected by the physical risk or transformation risk of the climate change. At the same time, we want the financial institutions to also pass on those ideas to the enterprises that they invest in or they make loan to. So that through the decision power, through the dialogue between the financial institutions and their enterprise, so like financial institutions can help those enterprises to improve, to adjust their business strategies, and to really make transformation and to adapt to the climate change. The third step is that we hope those enterprises inspired by financial institutions, they can then bring up those ideas, ESG protection, ESG development or environmental protection to their companies in the supply chain or to their customers, clients, and their employees. And through that, we can format we call it a virtuous cycle in the society so that everyone in the market or in the society will know that we have to protect our environment. Our commission have a very high expectation on financial institutions, but we also support them. So we give them some resources and tools. The first tool we give them is information disclosure. When our financial institutions making funding decision, they have to have sufficient information regarding ESG on their corporations, and also those information need to be high quality. So right now we already have 475 listed companies to prepare their ESG reports using the GRI standards. And those companies actually account for 28% of our total listed companies. So it's quite a lot. So we are ranked third in the world by Bloomberg ESG disclosure scores. So we really perform well, but still our financial institutions think that the information disclosure is not enough and the quality need to be improved. So in our version 2 of the action plan, we enhance the ESG reporting. We require more listed companies to prepare their ESG reports, and they have to disclose climate-related risk and opportunities following TCFD and SASB's recommendation. And also, we try to have their reports to be assured by certified public accountants so that the quality can be assured. And also, in the second tool that we give is Taiwan's own sustainable taxonomy. We know that EU has already issued their taxonomy in this June, and we try to learn from them. And so we are going to work with Environmental Protection Administration. We are trying to reference EU's taxonomy, and we will adjust it to our own industry standards so that those standards can help enterprises and corporations, financial institutions to know whether or not their economic activities are fallen into the category of sustainable development. The third tool we are going to give is the fundraising tool. We have a green bond market established in 2016. Now we are going to launch the sustainable bond market. So we already have 2 financial institutions issue sustainable bonds of 2 billion NT dollars just in this month. Yeah, so that's a start. And the fourth one is we are going to establish data warehouse and information platform. We are going to have some weather and water information so that those information can be used by the enterprise or by the financial institutions to evaluate their risk, climate risk. And also we are going to integrate the ESG information to a platform so that financial institutions can easily pick up good quality or outperformance of the climate change who combat climate change. And also, we are going to have market statistics of responsible investment and responsible banking or financing, so that financial institutions can easily compare with their counterparts or to compare with other countries' counterpart. And finally, we are going to study on the scenario analysis and stress test. Our financial institutions now think that they try to adopt this kind of scenario analysis, but they lack of sufficient data, and probably they are not very familiar with parameters. So we are going to work with other countries and other research institutions to build up the common guidance for financial institutions. Our Green Finance Action Plan version 2 was built on our version 1. This is a 3-year plan, and we have set our objectives every year. So the total target of version 2 is to crowding our private sector resources and influence, so that to facilitate the virtuous cycle of sustainable development. So in the future, we are going to set up sustainable evaluation awards to recognize and to appreciate the outperformance of financial institutions and NGOs, etc. So in the process, we appreciate any comments from you or from any our counterparties along the way to our implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hu. Thank you for your valuable contribution for the roundtable. As we can hear, Taiwan has a strong efforts trying to also make the climate finance move. And from Ms. Hu's valuable and remarkable presentation, we understand that, yes, Taiwan is trying to promote this very comprehensive coverage of the version 2 Green Finance Action Plan. And among all the efforts, I think that the ESG and the CSR coverage has been there for a long time. And recently, the green bond has been one of the financial instrument has been highly appreciated by the industry. And also, Ms. Hu explained to us how they are trying to enable the financial institution in doing so, and also how to inspire the business sectors and also industry to do on this. And certainly, we are doing something has been always internationally accountable. And certainly, we will try to observe all the SDG goals so that we can make Taiwan become compatible with the rest of the world. Thank you very much for your presentation. And then next, I would like to invite Dr. Prince, the Director General, the German Institute of Taipei. Let's welcome.
Thank you, Professor Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers from MOFA and Taiwan Research Institute, thanks for the invitation. I would like to talk a little bit about the German climate finance. First of all, I think we have to distinguish between international aspects of climate finance and national aspects. Internationally, we have the Green Climate Fund. Germany is one of the more ambitious providers to the Green Climate Fund right from the beginning on. This year we pay about 4.3 billion euros into the Green Climate Fund. That is money which comes from the German taxpayer via the Ministry of Development Cooperation and goes into the Green Climate Fund. This is a very traditional instrument of financing climate change. I would like to focus today on our national measures because they are more innovative than this traditional transfer of budget money to an international organization. We have now about 3 decades of experience with climate change and measures against climate change. In the past, we have mainly used financial subsidies to change the energy mix in Germany. We are producing now about 30% of our energy through renewable sources. This aim was reached mainly by subsidizing the producers to make the costly measures market conform. In the end, this has resulted in one of the highest electricity prices in the Western modern world. Germany pays a very high price. I personally, and back home in my Berlin, 1 kilowatt hour for me is about 34 euro cent. That's about, Guillaume, how do we calculate it? Maybe 12 NTD or so. So it's quite high. That is the result of 3 decades of supporting renewable energy in Germany. So to reach the goals from the Kyoto Protocol and to reach the goals from COP21 Paris Agreement, we have to go new ways. We need new measures. And that's why the German government has introduced the Climate Action Program 2030, which basically tries to make the people change their behavior through money. Money, we are convinced, is the major leverage we have to make everybody change its behavior. And that is what we need. Everybody has to change its behavior. Not a little bit cutting here and a little bit cutting there. Basically, dramatic change of behavior in all aspects of life. That is what we need. We have found out that we're lacking behind in Germany in the sector of transport and in the sector of housing. We have made progress in industry and energy generation due to subsidies, but we are lacking behind in housing and transport. So this new climate action program tries to now put a price on every ton of CO2. In fact, it works like that. Somebody who is selling any kind of fossil fuel, he has to buy a certificate from the government. This certificate for 1 ton of CO2 costs from 1st of January next year, 10 euros. The price will increase up to 35 euros for 1 ton certificate in 2025. So every year it becomes more expensive to buy this certificate. So if you are owning, for instance, let's say a petrol station or a petrol company, or you're providing fuel to households for heating, you have to buy the certificate. That costs you money, and you will sell your product at a higher price to the consumer to get the money back. The consumer has to pay for this certificate in the end. So in order to make the consumer happy, he doesn't pay only, he gets money back. So the money the government gets for the certificate, it wants to reinvest in the consumers to give him money back for his behavior if this behavior is sustainable. So when you, for instance, invest in new windows in your apartment to save energy, the government will help you with tax reduction for this investment. The money from the tax reduction comes from the certificate sold. If you invest in more sustainable transport means, the money comes from the certificate sold. It's complicated, and we have to see how it will work in practice. And that is why we have put together a system of checking the efforts every year. So we have a kind of a climate cabinet in Germany. All the ministers concerned with climate issues, will come together regularly, and they will see, do our measures work or are we falling behind? If we are falling behind in one of the measures, in one of the sectors, this responsible minister is obliged to come up with a plan how to fix that. And the goals for each sector are not just, oh, let's see, maybe we make it or we make it not. No, we have transformed the goals into law. So the ministries are absolutely obliged to fulfill the goals. And so, in the end, we will see next year petrol is becoming more expensive. In 2025, it will become then at the price of 35 euros per ton CO2, quite expensive. So if you have a big car which consumes 15 to 20 liters of petrol per 100 kilometers, you will have to pay considerably. And if you buy a new car, you better buy a car which works with 3 liters per 100 kilometers instead with a big engine with 20 liters. That is how we want to encourage people act responsibly. Maybe we make it so expensive in the end that people think of, instead of going with their own car, using public transport. Some areas we do not have public transport, so people are practically obliged to use cars. So we could, for instance, use money from selling these certificates to install new ways of transport in areas where there is no public transport at the moment. So that is how we want to use the price on CO2 to change the behavior of every citizen, especially in transport and in housing, but also in other areas like agriculture, industry, and so on. We do not have solutions for everything yet, but we have a mechanism where we can check if we are on track or not. And that is, I think, what we need, because we're all going into new territory, and we have to find out what works, what does not work, where we have to get better. So that is basically how we want to finance it. It's important that the ordinary consumer does not pay too much, because otherwise they will object the whole project. So the normal people, the ordinary people, should be fine with our reforms, and that is why we have to give them some of the money we earn from the certificates back. So I leave it to that and hope we have a nice discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prince. Yes, Germany has a very strong support for the GCF of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. And actually, that's been the most important financial sources for most of the developing countries, especially the most vulnerable countries, like the member of the AOSIS forces. And in addition to that, Dr. Prince gave a very clear pictures about how Germany is driving this financial actions. I mean the green finance actions, and starting from the very early stage of the subsidy to the promotion of renewable energy, we all learn from German about that, the fit, and then tend to the behavior change. And I think that's very important, because most of the countries right now in the world are facing the dilemma between the balance between to promote the environment integrity and also to save the people's dinner table. So it's important how can we change the behavior of the people, and it seems that the German plays a lot on the integrity of the carbon pricing, and trying to take advantage of that market or non-market mechanism to change the people's behavior, to make people be responsible for their conduct and behaviors. And when doing this, it's also important that we know the German has a climate cabinet, trying to coordinate among all the departments or ministries, so that can make the policy work. And also, Dr. Prince emphasized on so-called, we call that the MRV, a mechanism to verify the progress, whether or not the policy has been on the track. So we can, I think that from Dr. Prince's presentation, we learn quickly about a scenario. How can we learn from German in this regard? Thank you very much, Dr. Prince. And next, I would like to invite Yokochi-san, okay, from Japan to give us the Japan's experiences. You may have the floor now.
So thank you, Professor Fan, and also thank you for MOFA of Taiwan for organizing today's forum. As you know, while global warming still continues, it is more important to tackle this issue in a concerted manner among each country. It is also significantly useful to exchange views on this issue now. Japan considers today's forum valuable, and taking this opportunity, I do hope to introduce my Japan's efforts towards achieving the Paris Agreement designated target. As regard to Paris Agreement and its background, I consider participants are here might be so familiar. Let me skip it too, and please go to the next page. On Japan's efforts, I would like to introduce it to you by roughly dividing two parts. Firstly, domestic efforts. Secondly, international cooperation. Two key words related to Japan's efforts, very important. Firstly, 2050 carbon neutral. And second, realizing decarbonized society. Please take a look at the lower column of that page, titled, yes, policy speech by the Prime Minister Suga to the 203rd session of the Diet on 26 October this year. That day, Prime Minister Suga declared that by 2020, Japan would aim to reduce greenhouse gas emission to net zero. That is to say, to realize a carbon neutral, carbonized society. The target to reduce greenhouse gas emission is to net zero by 2050. It's so ambitious, and it is not easy to achieve. However, Japan is aiming at its achievement through the following measures. First of all, the key here is revolutionary innovation. First of all, revolutionary innovation, such as next generation solar cells and carbon recycling. To this end, Japan will accelerate research and development aimed at realizing utilization of such a technology in society. Secondly, Japan will make our utmost effort in this area, such as establishing a forum for the national and local governments in conduct a review towards realizing a decarbonized society, while making green investment more common through the full mobilization of regulatory reform and other policy measures. Thirdly, Japan will advance green transformation more efficiently and effectively through a digital transformation in the fields related to the environment. Fourth, Japan will lead the green industry globally and realize the virtuous cycle of the economy and the environment. And finally, Japan will establish a stable supply of energy by thoroughly conserving energy, as well as introducing renewable energies to the greatest possible extent, as well as by advancing our nuclear energy policy with the highest priority on safety. In this regard, Japan will also drastically change its long-standing policies on coal-fired power generation. In order to achieve the above-mentioned target, it is indispensable to promote necessary efforts in Japan as well as a whole, including government sector, private sector, and community societies. However, these efforts could be a chance for Japan as well to further develop and reform the entire society of Japan. Therefore, Japan resolves to conduct its policy in united manner of both public and private sector together. Please move on to the slide 3. Let me briefly touch upon Japanese international cooperation. The issue of climate change is impossible to solve based on one country's efforts. Even Japan could achieve its objective, however, other countries could not do so. Those efforts could not lead to fundamental solution of this issue. To this end, Japan has extended a variety of assistance to necessary countries conducive to conduct measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in an effective manner. Moreover, Japan has utilized its assistance for achieving Japanese target for reduction. First of all, yes, I would like to draw your attention to so-called Action for Cool Earth, ACE 2.0 initiative. Please take a look at the lower column. This initiative was launched by Japanese government in 2015. Its content is composed of annually 1.3 trillion Japanese yen's assistance to be extended for developing country in implementing climate change target related project. Based on this ACE 2.0 initiative, Japan has extended a variety of assistance related to geothermal power generation, urban railroads, disaster prevention infrastructure, power, water supply, etc., in which Japan has so accumulated expertise and experiences. Japan has also promoted the establishment of early warning system as well as intercity collaboration and human resource development in Asia and Pacific Island countries. In addition to this ACE 2.0 initiative, here I would like to briefly touch upon Japan's contribution related to GCF, a Green Climate Fund. Japan has already committed in the most $3 billion US dollar of financing contribution towards GCF. As you know, GCF is the fund for supporting reduction of greenhouse gases mitigation and addressing impacts of climate change adaptation in developing countries. Until now, totally 129 projects have been adopted at the board GCF. The implementation of these projects could be expected to lead to approximately 1.6 billion tons of CO2 emission reduction, covering approximately 3.5 million populations benefit. Adopted projects also include a project related to islands vulnerability and disaster reduction, which Japan attaches importance to. Please move on to the slide 5 related to the joint crediting mechanism. As I touched upon before, climate change is not an issue through a one country effort, but also an issue necessary for the world as a whole to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Japan has contributed to global efforts to tackle this issue, including through diffusing Japanese high-quality based low-carbon technology to developing countries. At the same time, from the viewpoint that such Japanese effort should be appreciated appropriately, Japan has utilized this JCM, joint crediting mechanism. Japan has constructed JCM framework with at least 17 countries and conducted more than 170 relevant projects in 9 partner countries has already issued credit to Japan. So in conclusion, I would like to draw your attention a little bit interesting approach, so-called TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financing Disclosure. That is to examine how climate-related information should be disclosed and how should financial institutions respond. This DCFD provides a framework for companies and organizations to enable more effective and climate-related financial disclosure through their existing reporting procedure, and thereby promote well-informed investment, credit or lending, and insurance. To be honest, the government of Japan has promoted extensively TCFD, and the number of the participating enterprise is up to now 294 entities. Next year, at the beginning of this discussion, touched upon by moderator, CEO, COP26 is supposed to take place, hosted by the UK. Japan considers that not only international collaboration approach, but also the above mentioned private sector driven approach should be discussed together. In this conjunction, as a matter of fact, Taiwan's expertise and experience should be shared broadly with necessary countries, and Taiwan be advised to conduct actively collaboration as a very important partner. Japan-Taiwan Exchange Association Taiwan office would like to contribute actively to this field, including through utilizing multilateralism expert discussion-based framework, including, for example, GCTF, Global Cooperation and Training Framework from now on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for your admiring and encouraging word to Taiwan. Yes, certainly, the Japan shared with us a very precious experience in international cooperation and how to bridge the international cooperation and the local domestic mitigation goal achievement. Yeah, for the ACE program, actually, Taiwan has a lot of think tanks have ever started ever since more than 10 years ago. Now you bring in the ACE version 2. It's a remarkable cross-sectoral approach and backed up by the financial support and aiming to support the least developing country and the developing countries. And as I know that JCM has been a very successful mechanism and has been taken into consideration in the future for this Article 6 application too. And certainly Taiwan, with our special international status, it seems there will be some opportunity that could be cooperate to each other. And in addition to this international side of Japanese efforts, and also you mentioned about what you've done domestically. It's a long list of the working loading, I think. And it seems that you try to mobilize the green finance for all this, and especially you focus on the innovation of technology. And as I know that you've done quite a good job in driving some innovation technology-based effort to turn the city into resilient city. So far, there's been about 29 cities already. And that's another way to mobilize the green finance too. And certainly, you mentioned about your TCFG, is that right? Did I pronounce that right? The TCFG. THPD, yes. It seems that it's somehow quite similar to our Green Finance Action Plan. And so for sure, in the future, we can have a lot to share with each other. Thank you again for your presentation. And next, I think, sorry, I mixed up a lot of my my profile. I would like to invite Mr. Devali, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't speak French well. I apologize for that.
I know it's a very difficult name to pronounce, don't worry. Director General Yang, Director General Lai, Fan Lao Shi, 各位贵宾大家午安。 I'm quite happy to be here today, and not only because the weather is probably much better here than in Glasgow, but because, of course, whatever the disruptions that are caused by COVID-19, the climate crisis remains the primary long-term challenge that the world has to deal with. If I'm concentrating specifically on the issues of finance, allow me maybe to try to organize my presentation through 2 points, 2 types of efforts that are captured in the Paris Agreement. The Article 2.1c first, regarding the greening, if you may, of public and private financial flows in our own markets to make development compatible with the long-term goal of a carbon-neutral, resilient economy. That might be the kind of traditional definition that we have of green finance. But as Dr. Prince mentioned as well, we need to take into account somehow an enlarged definition, because Article 9 of the Paris Agreement also regards the commitment by developed countries to contribute resources to developing ones. And even though that might seem as a traditional approach I've heard, or as a more development aid, we cannot pretend that half, if not 3/4 of the world's countries will be able to reach the goals and contribute to the worldwide goals if they do not get any kind of financial support. So if I quickly broach on that international aspect regarding support of less developed countries, together with European partners, the European Union and its member states are determined to carry on the efforts to reach the collective goal of $1 billion. And this objective feels within reach today. As for France specifically, we have reached as early as 2018 our goal for 2020, which was to provide $5 billion. And maybe more important, within this amount, we are making progress on our aim for a better balance between mitigation and adaptation, because only adjusting to consequences will not help us on the long term. We have heard several of the funds already mentioned. I won't go more into detail. The Green Climate Fund, of course. It's interesting to note that 3 of the 6 main contributors that Yokoshi-san has showed on the previous screen are actually present here today, together with the UK and Sweden, who are also European partners. But there's also World Bank climate funds, there's the Least Developed Economies Fund, and lots of sectorial initiatives such as the Montreal Protocol Multilateral Fund, or I'm thinking of the International Solar Alliance as well. And like I believe Dr. Prince would agree with me that a lot of our financial mobilization in this aspect as European countries goes through the European Union, whose effort has doubled since 2013, which makes us jointly the biggest public contributor towards less developed economies. Now, if that was Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, but if I return to the more traditional maybe definition of green finance and how do you green our economy, we have heard of several consumer policies. Maybe if I try to focus a little bit on the financial system as such, I see 3 types of mobilizing tools, which actually will take a lot of the kinds of examples that Mrs. Shrew gave us in the earlier part of the presentation as well, because there are lots of parallels and we all learn from one another in this field. The first mobilization tool that I can see is about financial accountability, and that cannot be done without transparency. The maturity of social responsible investment and ESG in France and in Europe in general, because I believe we've been in the forefront since probably the 1980s working on such of those topics, has guided policymakers, at least in my country, towards drafting of an Energy Transition and Green Growth Act in 2015, which has established new reporting requirements for financial firms, but also for non-financial firms, in line with the UNEP, the UN Environmental Program guidelines. The point here is to make financial stakeholders learn to include the ESG information in their decision-making, but not only for them. It's also about helping them to make other sectors own, literally, the climate issues that are and to make them inside the core of their business strategies instead of just a nice addition or a nice cherry picking on top of the profits cake. In this aspect, and on this tool, we have to point to the role of rating agencies in particular to integrate the kind of green criteria and actually point to the emergence of specifically environmental rating agencies. I'm thinking in France of Vigeo, ETI Finance, or Innovest and such like that, who have proved that they actually can have a profitable business model. It's in the same vein that since 2015, France has implemented an energy and ecological transition label, which is for certifying the compatibility of financial projects with the Paris Agreement. A second Mobilization tool in this traditional definition of green finance would be, of course, we have mentioned it as well, the climate bond or the green bond market. Let us point to the fact that the French state's first sovereign benchmark green bond was issued in 2017, which enabled the borrowing of 7 billion euros to fund energy transition. In addition to being the largest issuance so far on our green bond market, it also has the longest maturity date. Up to today, with the latest addition that was made, I believe, in April 2020, this obligation has reached 25 billion euros almost. And that helps building into all the kinds of transformative policies that Dr. Prince has already announced. Let me signal that this kind of action into the financial market has extensions from France all the way into Taiwan, because French banks are actively taking part here in the financing of renewable energy projects, especially in the offshore wind farm development. BNP Paribas has been since 2017 the financial advisor to German company Ørsted for its 2 green bond emissions in Taiwan, and coordinating the Formosa 1 park construction financing. And Société Générale, another French bank, was the first foreign financial institution, I believe in 2019, I'm looking at FSC, who should know, that was authorized by the FSC to emit a green bond here in Taiwan. By the way, on this green bond aspect and greening of our own borrowing, a similar trend is implemented jointly again at the European level, where the European Green Deal from this year, 2020, aims as well at a new type of climate supportive investment and the greening of our multi-annual budgetary framework. And a third dimension in the mobilization of the private and public financial flows is that the French state as such and all of its public agencies are required increasingly to take into account ESG issues when they are acting as stakeholders in order to lead the companies that they are investing in, that they are participating in, to commit to clear low carbon strategies. I can give you an example that as early as 2017, 4 of the main French public financial institutions, the Deposit Consignment Fund, the Public Investment Bank, the French Development Agency, which is internationally minded, and the Public Service Additional Pension Scheme, who together account for more than 600 billion euros in assets under management, have signed a climate charter committing to taking climate-related issues into consideration. So these are only examples, of course. There would be lots of other versions. For the benefit of time, I won't go into them, but I tried to find some ways that would be complementary to spur the discussion to what has been given as examples by our previous speakers. And I look forward to the occasion to maybe discuss some of those aspects more at length in the discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Devali. I think this time I pronounced it right? Thank you. Yeah, in addition to the Paris Agreement, which I think France should take the credit for this, it's a long time. Yeah, certainly backed up by European Union, but I was there and I know how the France has done to make this possible. And you mentioned about the correlationship between Article 2, 1C and Article 9, and I think that's very important because that's the key. Just like I mentioned, this provision somehow serves as the balance point so that we can bring in also the developing country and the less developed countries, but subject to the commitment granted by these developed countries. And so it's important that we need to figure out how can make this GCF keep working well. And in addition to that, you make a quite clear 3 points about the consumer-related policy, I think. Yeah. And first of all, it's about the financial accountability. I think that's very important because just like you mentioned that, when we try to make this happen, accountability has been somehow the way you earn the trust from the people and also to make sure the government is working well. So that's one thing need to, you mentioned, and especially you emphasize that financial institute or especially the operators inside need to learn by themselves, and on the other hand, to assist other people to learn or understand how to use it. And I think that's very important. And secondly, you mentioned about some specific financial instrument and which has been also applied here in Taiwan, like the green bond or whatever. And thank you very much for supporting Taiwan's offshore wind development too. And thirdly, you also address on the importance of the financial flow, especially for each of the stakeholders inside this flow should be aware of how ESG work, and not just as a slogan. Rather, they need to learn and understand how to abide with the norm or principle. And thank you very much for your valuable contribution. And in the end, yes, in the end, Dr. Bailey, it's your floor now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Professor Fan. And thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to the Taiwan Research Institute, and especially to Director Generals Liang and Director General Lai. It's great to be here and also to hear from so many expert panelists and get so many different perspectives on climate finance today. So I just wanted to start by reminding everyone, because 2020 has been such a long and difficult year, that at the start of the year, Australia actually had some of the most devastating bushfires in its history. And the fires burnt through an area that's almost 4 times the size of Taiwan. If you can see the photo there of our Parliament House in Canberra, back in January, people were wearing face masks to protect themselves against the heavy smoke from the bushfires. And that really brought climate change to the forefront of people's minds. And now, of course, we're wearing masks for a very different reason, and COVID. And COVID's obviously caused the postponement of the COP meeting in Glasgow as well. There's quite a lot of similarities, I guess, between, as many people have pointed out, between COVID and climate change, and that they're global in reach, and they're going to require cooperation globally to resolve. So Australia is doing its part in terms of COVID through our commitments to the COVAX facility and through our COVID-19 response package in the Pacific. In respect of climate change, we have, as have all the Paris signatories, signed up to achieving global net zero carbon emissions by the second half of the century. Our Paris target of 26 to 28% reduction on 2005 level of emissions by 2030 is comparable to other developed countries. Obviously, some countries are more ambitious than others, and we're definitely ambitious to do more as well. And as part of the developed country donor group, we also stand by our collective climate finance goal of the ambitious US $100 billion per annum mobilization goal. And we also have a strong track record in meeting our previous commitments. But the global transition to a low emissions global economy will require trillions of dollars. And although public finance will continue to play a crucial role, this level of funding simply won't be able to be provided by public finance alone. It will require action from governments, NGOs, the private sector, to mobilise finance and align flows with low emissions and climate resilient development. The $100 billion goal was established with this in mind, and in 2016, Australia and the United Kingdom co-led development of the 2016 roadmap, which identified and outlined key actions to meeting the 2020 goal. The OECD reports that there's a credible path to the goal, and the continued upward trend in adaptation finance is particularly positive, as it demonstrates donors' commitment in response to the call from developing countries who are facing immediate adverse effects of climate change. In Australia, domestically, our roadmap to lowering emissions places a heavy emphasis on technological advances, international partnerships, and attracting investment from the private sector through 2 key agencies, one of which is the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the CEFC, and the other is the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, also called ARENA, which have both helped to catalyse innovative investment. So the CEFC has already invested more than $1.1 billion in large-scale solar projects alone, with a generating capacity of more than 1.6 gigawatts, while ARENA has invested over $1.4 billion in funding for projects that help to address issues arising from energy transition. These have been able to leverage significant amounts of private funding. Each dollar of CEFC's $6 billion investment has managed to generate, been matched, I should say, by $2.30 of private sector investment. And ARENA's $1.4 billion has translated into almost 500 projects with a total value of $5.5 billion Australian dollars. So these agencies will help drive the renewable portion of our electricity mix from 27%, where it is now, up to a forecast of 48% in 2030. And I'd note too that hydrogen development is also a key part of our investment roadmap, and our office is holding a seminar on hydrogen on Tuesday next week. It's already filled up for physical places, but if you're interested in attending that virtually, please let me know. I can provide you the details. So Australia is delivering, and in fact over-delivering on the commitments we've made in international climate finance. We committed to provide over $1 billion Australian dollars from 2015 to 2020, and we're on target to well and truly exceed that by the end of the year. Our support to the Pacific highlights the action we've taken to, living up to our commitments under the Bow Declaration, which was adopted by the Pacific Islands Forum in 2018, and will invest an additional 500 million Australian dollars from 2020 to 25 in the Pacific to help develop renewable energy, ensure new infrastructure can withstand climate-related disasters, and ensure health services are well positioned to respond to the changing needs. Our aid program supports a range of low emissions technologies across the Pacific, from solar grids in Kiribati and power management systems in Samoa to energy efficiency measures in Tuvalu. In the Solomon Islands, we are co-funding the Tina River hydropower project, which will help meet Honiara's forecast energy demand and shifting the energy sector towards more affordable, efficient and clean energy and away from high-cost diesel imports. This will reduce the Solomon Islands emissions beyond their commitments under the Paris Agreement. We're also supporting a suite of new investments in Papua New Guinea at a value of up to $250 million Australian dollars, one of which is the 19 megawatt Markham Valley solar plant, which will be Papua New Guinea's first utility scale solar power plant, with construction set to commence next year. And more broadly, we are promoting and sharing our traditional knowledge and expertise. For instance, we have a project to export the traditional fire management methods of Australia's Indigenous peoples and demonstrate that these can be applied globally. We're also supporting innovative approaches aimed at mobilising private finance into climate change action. The $140 million Australian Private Sector Mobilisation Climate Fund will provide concessional finance, including loans, equity guarantees and local currency financing to mobilise investment in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Australia also supports renewable energy deployment through our $43 billion investment in InfraCo Asia Development, developing and funding early stage high risk infrastructure. We're also co-investors with a range of other countries in the Private Finance Advisory Network, which assists climate and renewable energy small to medium enterprises and connects them to private investment. And notably, all of Australia's private investment climate initiatives include a very strong gender focus, supporting women-owned renewable energy businesses, promoting gender equality in the workplace and in supply chains, and supporting products and services that improve the lives of women and girls. So to recap briefly, Australia is meeting its emissions commitments. We know the public sector cannot do it alone, and Australia's successful approach at home has been to leverage private sector investment into new technologies and reduce emissions. Internationally, we're also strongly committed to providing and leveraging finance to assist others in our region, and particularly in the Pacific, as we all seek to address the global challenge of climate change. So thank you all again for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. But it seems that Australia has done a lot of things, mostly on the international cooperative basis, I think. And for instance, you also start from the support to GCF. And yes, just like the 1.5C gap report, we understand that the contemporary pledge should be far below the need to reduce or to control the degree of even 2-point degree. Yeah. So you mentioned that the supporting for this GCF should be continuous and also scaling up. And also, you mentioned about the importance that the public-private partnership need to be encouraged among the government, NGO, and also private sectors. And you mentioned about a lot of the international partnership that you can apply to encourage the involvement of private sectors. And also, it seems that the Australians pay a lot of attention on the technology development and innovation, and especially just like hydrogen is quite an advance. And I know that the Australian has a cooperation with Japan for that purpose. So that when the cost-effective consideration might be still not so rational, but you've already built up a kind of supply chain and with the industrial vision, and that might turn the things possible. It's a good idea to take the good application of financial principle, I think. And also, Australians pay a lot of attention in South Pacific countries, and I think Taiwan shared the same spirit with you, and to assist those developing countries or less developed countries. And in the end, you mentioned about your institutional device or design to support, to mobilize the private sectors, especially about the private sector mobilization climate fund. I think that's very important one to really encourage private sector to join sort of the leverage program, I think. And maybe later we can ask for your further advice about how that work and how that doing. And especially in Australia, as I know that you don't have the emission trading right now, right? Because you try to bring in the carbon tax, but somehow get obstacles from Congress. And so without that, it seems this become important because you are not just collecting something out of the emission obligor, rather you just appropriate the budget into that. That's another alternative. Thank you very much for your contribution. Well, I have to thank you all our panelists because you're really very generous in keeping a lot of time left for the final discussion. And so trying to encourage all the people could share the experiences on the same footing. And maybe I just bring out 2 questions and as a kind of the initial idea for deliberations. And first of all, certainly you don't need to be restricted by that questions. And first of all, that would be what would be the most difficult institutional barrier you meet, or the key factors of success when each of your country plans to scale up the climate finance in complementing the NDC goal? Well, that's one of the questions. And the other one is how to bring in and/or encourage the private sector climate finance by financial regulatory instrument application. Again, it's not specifically a limitation for your deliberation, rather it's just some recommendation or the clues for your opinion change. Okay, so this time, maybe we should start from Dr. Bailey. Yeah.
Okay. Is that working? Yeah. Okay. Great. So I guess I would say that donor finance is obviously crucial when it comes to combating climate change. I personally am fairly sympathetic to the the argument that's made in development funding more generally about the need to fill the financing gap and the need for developed countries to ensure that developing countries are assisted in addressing challenges, including climate change. But simply providing finance to developing countries is not going to be enough, even in the medium term. I think a large part of government's role is to provide incentives to the private sector, especially in younger, high-risk industries. That's certainly been Australia's approach, that we provided a lot of incentives and subsidies to invest in solar and wind when they were sort of, younger. These days, the cost has sort of dropped to the point where they're commercially viable by themselves, and we're tending to put what limited incentives we still offer into more, I guess, forward-leaning technologies like hydrogen, as I mentioned before. We, as a donor, Australia doesn't have a great deal of experience as a lender. We've traditionally been a grant-only donor, especially in the Pacific. So it's a challenge to build up that expertise in leveraging funding, providing loans, providing guarantees. But we have established a new bank-like facility, the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, and that's going to move us a lot more into the lending space. I guess I'd also say that on top of providing funding for infrastructure to develop cleaner energy sources, there's also a need, obviously, for capacity development, particularly in many Pacific nations. So our support can't be a matter of simply helping to build things. It also has to assist with accounting for emissions, doing inventories of emissions, developing capabilities in things like carbon trading, for instance. So a large aspect of Australia's assistance is in capacity development, not just in providing infrastructure funding, and getting that balance right is obviously very important. Okay.
Well, thank you. So we can go the first round first. Maybe the Gochi-san, yeah.
As you know, where public financing could not cover the necessary financial resources. Therefore, I think mobilizing of private sector financing has been an agenda to be discussed at any country. In this regard, there are so many barriers, I guess, at each country, but the most fundamental barrier is, I think, the population's perspective to very important issues such as climate change or global issues, whatever. In this regard, yes, I would like to draw your attention to the sustainability, this idea, and also including the Sustainable Development Goals promoted by the United Nations over the past 5 years. Recently, in particular 2 years, in Japan, more and more people are interested in this sustainability, this concept, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. I used to be in charge of that promoting Sustainable Development Goals in Japan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, as a director in 2017. But at that time, nobody, not so many people are interested in this idea to have the Sustainable Development Goals badge, to have to be, I was a bit ashamed to put that Sustainable Development Goals badge here to receive so many, how can I say, so particular people to interestedly to come to me. But now, not only Diet member, but also private sector, in particular financial private sector, to have that badge to discuss in a very often manner the meaningful of the sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals in Japan. In particular, reflected by Prime Minister Suga's announcement I introduced to you today through my presentation, related to the 2050 zero carbon goal. Slightly or gradually, financial flow, including private sector, is gradually going to the climate change-related project in Japan, at least. And also, as I mentioned before, TCFD, the government of Japan promoted extensively this idea in Japan, and more financial sector would be interested in this initiative and take the relevant actions. And tax system and financial support to assist in ESG investment is also now under the active discussion within our government as a whole. So, how can I say, as according to the change of the population's mind or perspective to a very important agenda like sustainability or SDGs, I think gradually the society and the private sector would also changing its own attitude to such a global agenda, and easier for private sector company to also put more money to that direction, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we turn to Mr. Devali.
Thank you. You ask what would be the most difficult institutional barrier. I'm not sure it's exactly institutional. It's actually more intellectual. It's a way of thinking, but it does translate into an institutional difficulty when it is shared by policymakers and decision makers, and especially politicians. And that is the main entrenched, outdated thinking that climate adaptation and mitigation, because they are very long-term, are clashing with other legitimate, usually more shorter-term types of objectives, such as in many of the countries we've been mentioning here as examples, such as post-war, post-disaster recovery, alleviating poverty, alleviating social inequalities. And the fact that there is a clash between those two objectives, I think, is the main intellectual barrier that we need to challenge and to overcome, because you can see in the debate today about COVID-19 how a lot would want us to pause in a lot of the adaptation. We need to think of other shorter term priorities because some people maybe are needing food on the plate. But on the contrary, I believe it is a unique opportunity to grab the COVID-19 disruption, because this disruption is so huge, so intense, that the necessary work that will be done to rebuild needs to be used as well to reshape our economies. It may sound very Marxist to suggest a clean sweep of like this, and maybe in a country like Taiwan, we are a little bit too close to feel comfortable with such Marxist thoughts. But I believe that the level of the disruption is such that we need to make reconstruction, rebuilding, and recovery consistent with the NDCs that we are finalizing. In just 2 months ago in September, the French Ministry for Economy presented a 100 billion European recovery plan to support economic activity and job creation, of which 30 billion, 1/3, is allocated to the green transition. Examples such as were mentioned before of energy efficiency, renovation programs for private social housing, public buildings, sustainable mobility, a 7 billion euro plan for clean hydrogen, and all of those. And for those who claim that the voters don't understand or they don't care or they cannot comprehend the complexity of the problem, I would say that they do. They do when there are clear solutions that are given to them and concrete examples. In the European Parliament elections of last year or in the French municipal elections of this year, we witnessed, despite the economic crisis, despite inequalities feeling strong, that we have seen social disruption in the streets of the US or the French Yellow Jacket so-called movement. We have seen a tide of green politicians being elected in power, and that have washed over climate skeptic politicians. So I believe that the electorate is ready to take on when it is explained without demagogy and without sounding too pompous like some of us can do sometimes. In this aspect, there has been an experiment in this spring, at the same time it coincided with the COVID crisis, of a citizens' commission for the climate, which was taken in France, where we asked randomly selected people from school pupils all the way to retired train drivers to try to come up together and exchange ideas about some policies that could be put into place. And surprisingly, the results were extremely ambitious. We did not expect them to be so well not only ambitious but also realistic. That is interesting. So there is way for engagement. It just takes a lot of effort, and we know that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. But engagement can be done to break over the wrong thinking that development is not compatible with green energy or green transformation.
Well, thank you very much. So in the last now, we turn to Ms. Wu. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I think I will talk about the key factors of success and barriers. But before that, I'd like to mention that our Financial Supervisory Commission is a financial regulator. So it's not appropriate for us, like other government agencies, that to extend subsidies or to provide some deductions. So because that will cause conflicts of interest, because our role is to supervise those banks, insurance companies, and capital market activities. So our role is to mobilize private funds to orient the fund to the market. So the way that we successfully to mobilize those funds is that we utilize financial institutions' decision-making power. So I think our key factors of success is that we have our agency, our commission, have the determination. So starting from we implement the corporate governance, we realize that corporate social responsibility is very important because it's a one factor of the corporate governance. So in that time, we try to implement those kind of a shareholder activism. So we try to let the board of directors know that this kind of CSR values are very important to their employees, to their customers, and their supply chain companies, etc. So through that time, we already implement like ESG, this kind of concept. So the factor that we have been success is that we have the determination, and our financial institutions know that we really mean it. When we ask them to do that, we really mean it. So we not only have determination, we also try to understand what financial institutions need. So we ask them, and sometimes they said that our regulations are very tight, very rigid. So we try to lessen up those regulations. And we try to have some evaluation awards so that they know that if they really perform good, they will receive our recognition, and we will probably reduce the financial examination. So they feel it's kind of incentives to really cooperate with us to pursue this kind of fund mobilization. And also we try to know that what we can help those financial institutions. For example, like they really need the information disclosure from the government, from the corporations. So we try to have our list companies to have more disclosure on their ESG. So they prepare their ESG reports and identify the risk that they encounter, and to lay out the risk management that they are going to adopt, so that those financial institutions will know what the approach they are taking, and what they can expect from the future, so that if the companies are going to be profit from the project, or they are going to just lose the stance of competitiveness. The challenges that we face is, at the beginning, there are some financial institutions, they are hesitate to put in their money to the offshore wind farms, or like the solar energy power, etc., because those projects are very big and new to them, so they don't understand. So our mandate is to have our research institutions to help them. So we have a lot of training programs to tell those financial institutions employees and train them to really know how to do the due diligence in their project finance. And also we try to have we have a guarantee institute. It's for SMEs, small to medium enterprises. And now the SM guarantee already give the 80% of the project. So it's a kind of high for them. And now we know that our National Development Council is initiating a project. It's called National Finance Guarantee Mechanism, and they are going to have a fund. It's a 10 billion NT dollar fund, and National Development Fund is going to appropriate 60%, and the other 40% will come from private banks. So that will have guarantee protection capacity of 100 billion NT dollars. So if those funds can also be a part that it can invest in the project finance, like the infrastructure construction or the green energy construction, then when the fund go into that project, then our banks will have more confidence. They can also join, so that we think that barrier will be resolved. So that's what I can share.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hu. I think that what Ms. Hu is saying should be widely promoted in my country, because the government has done a lot of things, and but the people don't really understand. And driving behind the bank, we can easily hear from the bank saying, well, it's not bankable, whatever, but people don't understand how the government is trying to mobilize them or to enable their capacity to do that. And so I think that's very important. Okay, thank you for all your contribution, because time is up. And so even though I think I can do a good summary, but I think I should abide with the procedure. Thank you for all your your contribution and your support. Thanks.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. And it is our great honor to have all the distinguished guests present today. And for online audiences, topic 1, the current situation and the prospect of national climate change policy, will start at 4:30. 4:30. We will see you online at 4:30. And for the rest of the distinguished guests on site, we would like to take a group photo. So please come up to the Topic 1, the current situation and the prospects of national climate change policy, is about to begin in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we are moving on to topic 1, the current situation and the prospects of national climate change policy. And today, it is our great honor to have the moderator, Professor Jianming Li, Vice President of Taiwan Research Institute. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Li.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Chairman Lee from Taiwan Research Institute. I'm very pleasure and honor to be a chair of this section. This session we will invite two speakers and two panelists to join discuss the topic. The total time is 1 hour, so I hope each speaker can use 15 minutes finish the presentation. And then after, I will invite two panelists to join the discussion with us. So before the presentation, I invite the speaker to present their content. I will introduce, briefly introduce for each speaker. The first one speaker come from Japan, Mr. Takami. We can see the Mr. Takami? No? Okay. So Mr. Takami, who is a senior coordinator and manager, Climate Change Group, Institute of Energy Economics in Japan, IEEJ. Hi, Mr. Takami.
Yeah,
So,
good afternoon.
hi, nice to meet you. Yeah. So later I will now I will introduce you to our audience. So later I hope you can use 15 minutes to present your topic. IEJ is a non-profit organization using funds from over 100 member companies. IEJ has provided data, information, and policy recommendations related to energy and the environment. It also reports on the political situation in the Middle East, Asia, Pacific, and so on. Then I will introduce the second speaker, Dr. Su, who is director of the third research division of Taiwan Research Institute. Taiwan Research Institute research topic mainly focus on energy policy, electricity management, environmental policy, renewable energy development, and the greenhouse gas emission reduction policy. Taiwan Research Institute is expertise in policy and planning, knowledge management, and impact assessment. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first speaker, Mr. Takami. Give us a speech. Let's give a warm welcome, please. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, moderator.
Okay.
And good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Takahiko Tagami, working for Institute of Energy Economics, Japan. So first of all, I thank the organizers and co-organizers, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Taiwan Research Institute to invite me as a speaker in this forum. So I will introduce the current status and prospect of Japan's climate change policy. So I will use 15 minutes in presenting my materials. And yeah, so I'd like to start with the greenhouse gas emissions in Japan. Maybe you know, Japan has the 26% reduction target by 2030. And last month, Prime Minister Suga declared climate neutrality by 2050. So this figure shows the progress to be done just by 2018. So maybe you can see some fractions at the top of the figure. So the denominators mean the expected progress. As you can see, the 2030, year 2030 to 2018, we have 5 years, and between 2013 and 2030, we have 70 years, and this is the expected progress. So so this upper side of the denominator is actual progress. So we are in the good progress towards the 2030 target. But we change our eyes to the 2050 target. We are a little bit lagging the 2050 target. So we have to do effort towards the reduction, climate neutrality in 2050. So this second part is climate action towards 2030. So this shows the plan for global warming countermeasures established in 2016. So as you can see, we have two major pillars in plan for global warming countermeasures. First one is energy efficiency measures. Second one is reduction in power sector. So renewable electricity is included in the power sector. So this part is duplicated or double counted, but we can see a big two policy and measures in energy efficiency measures and policy and measures in power sector. So second column is estimated reduction by 2030, and the third column is reduction achieved by 2018. And right column is progress rate, percentage of the progress. So maybe you can see highlight in yellow. It means they mean some bad scores. This is the school score for Japan. So maybe the energy efficiency measures is a little bit lacking the estimated progress rate 29.4%, and especially in commercial and other sectors and the transport sectors. So we have to make effort to bring down the energy efficiency. I have to improve energy efficiency harder and harder. And maybe you can see the power policy. So that you can see a decrease that's carbon dioxide emission factor in power sector. We in the 46.8 progress rate. So we are good in power sector, but we have problems with this because this is contributed by renewable energy, but renewable energy is very costly. So we have to have paid huge money into renewable energy. This is our concern for now. So, and we have very limited availability of nuclear energy because we have a little bit severe regulation on nuclear power. So we have to, many problems towards 2030 energy mix in Japan. So yes. So this part, this slide shows the climate policy for power industry. And maybe you know about the Japan's energy mix or power mix, coal 26%, LNG 27%, and nuclear 22 to 20%, and renewables 22 to 24%. So we have some measures to induce this energy mix. So between non-fossil fuel and fossil fuel, we have non-fossil power source ratio of 44%. So the law requires power distributors to meet this 44% obligation. And on fossil fuel part, right, maybe we have LNG and coal. So, but we have a thermal generation efficiency of 44.3 ratio. So the energy efficiency law requires generators to meet this 44.3% obligation. And we have a feed-in type from studied in 2012. So we have spent a lot of money into renewable energy. This is a framework for the power industry. So this shows the climate action towards the 2050. So in Japan, I'm very interested in innovation. So we made such environment innovation strategy in this year, and this January. So this strategy aims to establish the innovative technologies that enable the reduction of global GHG emissions towards carbon neutral and further, and set 39 technology in 5 prioritized areas, and describes the cost target, potential carbon dioxide reduction, and so on of each energy. Maybe the table below show the summary of the environment innovation strategy. At the first column, you see 5 prioritized areas: non-fossil fuel, energy network, and hydrogen, carbon recycling, CCUS, zero emission agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. So hydrogen includes the hydrogen society from manufacturing to use, and zero carbon steel making process. And carbon recycling CCUS includes CO2 uptake using cement and concrete or duct, and biojet fuel from carbon dioxide, and zero emission agriculture, forestry, and fishery has a component of carbon dioxide absorption. So at the right column, you see a potential of carbon dioxide reduction. So each technology has potential. So then sum them up, we can have 49 billion tons. And this is 49 plus billion, so it exceeds the global emissions. So we like to have a negative emissions in 2050. This is the global strategy to established in this year. So I moved to market mechanisms. First one is joint crediting mechanisms. This mechanism started in 2030. Now we have a memorandum of understanding with 17 countries. So, and we have just 65 project registers and almost 90,000 credit issued. So the left figure is show the project registered. You can see many projects implemented in Indonesia. It's blue one. And you see some projects in Vietnam, this pink one. So we are now a larger numbers of projects registered in joint crediting mechanism. Right side, the figure shows the amount of credit issued. So until 2019, we have very small amount of credit issued, but this year we have a a large amount of credit issued from Indonesia. This credit issue is come from energy efficiency project in refinery by optimizing operation of utilities. So this project is the largest in project in credit issue, which credit issue. So this is a story about the joint crediting mechanisms. And then the second is the J credit scheme, is domestic credit schemes. So we have the two domestic scheme started in 2008, domestic credit scheme and JBA. So these two schemes were consolidated in 2013. So we have 825 project of activities registered and almost 5 medium ton carbon dioxide certified. The figures left figures show the project registered. So we have these project activities on renewables and renewable energy and energy efficiency. And the right side shows the credit issue. So from the point of credit issue, the renewable energy occupies majority because we have a lot of solar POAs. So this is some characteristics of a Japanese credit scheme. So maybe you're very interested in the Japan's progress in climate action. So this year we started a review of climate actions. In October, Prime Minister Suga declared the 2050 climate neutrality at the National Diet, and we started the discussion on the sixth strategic energy plan. Yesterday, the Council started to discuss the 2050 climate neutrality. And on plan for global warming countermeasures, the discussion is going to review the plan. It was established in 2016, so we have 4 years from the start, so we have to review the plan. And the efficiency of thermal power plants, and we started to discuss the regulatory measures to fading out inefficient coal-fired plants. And at the bottom, on environmental innovation strategy, so we started to discuss domestic environmental innovation strategy. Environmental innovation strategy is a global one. So we like to have a domestic plan for environmental innovation strategy by this year, by the end of the year. So this is the conclusion. Challenges for Japan. In the time frame of midterm by 2030, as you know, I show you that Japan is on track overall to meet the 2030 target, but progress in restarting nuclear power plants and renewable energy is good in volume, but we have to have large money to introduce renewable energy now. From the long-term point of view, by 2050, maybe the innovation is very most important for Japan, but the research and development expenditure by the business enterprises is now on plateau that do not increase. So we have to have more money input into the innovation, and we start to use these monies into innovation towards 2050. So maybe we have concentrate, focus on disruptive innovation, and we have to use money efficiently, focusing on hydrogen, CCS or CCU, carbon recycle, and now. So this is my presentation, and thank you for attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Takami. Very many thanks for your excellent presentation. From your presentation, actually show us a very clear picture about nationwide climate change policies and the measures. In particular, you're talking about three key policy and measures. One is energy mix in Japan. The second one is market mechanism in Japan, the status and in the future trades. And the third, you show us the global 5 key area about emission reduction technology development in the future for carbon neutral by 2050. So many things. Maybe later we have our panelists will discuss with you or share some idea with you. So would you please later a minute? So now turn to our another the second one speaker, Dr. Su. So please use 15 minutes to present your content. Thank you. Let's welcome Dr. Su. Welcome.
Thanks, moderator, and Professor Zhang and Mr. Shi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy having the chance to talk about current status of climate change policy in Taiwan. My presentation will follow these five topics. First, Taiwan as a part of international society. I will briefly introduce current status of CO2 emission in Taiwan. We all know Taiwan is a small island and a trade-oriented country. So you can see the share of CO2 emission is less than 1% of global amount, but we do have a very strong connection with other countries in the world, and also play a very important role on global supply chain. So let's move to the trend of GHG emission in Taiwan. In the past 10 years, Taiwan have done a lot of effort on mitigating the CO2 emission. We can see the peak emission is in 2007, and the recent year, the growth of CO2 emission, the growth rate of CO2 emission is much lower than before. Then, similar to other countries, the main CO2 is the main sources of CO2 GHG emission, and the emission of energy fuel combustion is around 90%. Then let's move to the sectoral GHG emission. Most of GHG emission come from the manufacturing sector is more than 50%. The top three industries are chemical, metal, and electricity industries. But not only manufacturing sector, but also transportation sector and residential and the commercial sector are very important part on reducing the CO2 emission in the future in Taiwan. Then I will talk about the ambition. When comparing to other Asian countries, we can the best year is 2005. We can see both Taiwan and Japan, the NDC target in 2030 shows a significant decrease. But we know Japan, Korea, and China all claim the net zero emission target in 2050 and 2060. So it's a very important issue in Taiwan if we need to adjust our long-term goal. That might be a very critical issues in Taiwan. Maybe we can talk about this later. And the second part, I will talk about the Taiwan's commitment to climate mitigation. The main climate change strategy framework is based on GHG management and reduction and management law. According to the law, we have a long-term target in 2050, which is 50% below the amount in 2000 and 2005. There are three key features in GHG Management Act. First is mitigation, second part is adaptation, and the last one is green growth. As I just mentioned, based on the target management approach, we not only have a long-term target, long-term goal, but also have a periodic 5 years regulatory targets. And according to the law, the government, Taiwan governments have implemented several climate action or strategies such as GHG reduction action plan or the ETS system and the National Adaptation Action Plan and the guidance, and also the energy mix policy in 2025. Then we know the climate action is a learning by doing process. So the government is planning to talk about amending the GHG management law. There are four important parts have been taken into account, which are strengthen administrative control and the market mechanism, and also the collaboration among different government agencies. And the last one is increase the additional adaptation measures. Then third part, we'll talk about the climate action in Taiwan. Here shows the carbon reduction pathway in Taiwan. Based on the law, our best year is 2005. Based on the law, as I just mentioned, we have a long-term target in 2050. And the first periodic regulatory target is in 2020, which is 2% below the amount of best year. And there is a draft of second periodic regulatory target this year, which is 10% below the target, 10% below the amount of best year. And we not only have a CO2 emission target, but also have an electricity emission factor target. Based on the Bureau of Energy announced a midterm energy mix target in 2025, so that we have a electricity emission factor target in 2025, which is 388 gram CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour. Then according to the time limitation, I will skip these two slides which talk about the review mechanism of GHG regulatory goal. Then I'll move to the four parts. There are two accelerators of carbon reduction in Taiwan. We know the carbon pricing is a very important or cost-effective tool for mitigating the climate change and accelerate the climate actions. There are 61 countries or regions have implemented this the carbon pricing mechanism in their own countries, and which cover more than 20% of global GHG emission. In Taiwan, actually, we talk about the carbon pricing many times, not only ETS, but also energy tax and the carbon fee. But according to the GHG management law, carbon trade system is a legal mechanism in Taiwan. The Taiwan government really do much capacity building for this mechanism, but they still have much difficulty, and the matter needs to be solved, such as the market efficiency, and also the market linkage. So the government is planning to is planned to implement a new or a second one carbon price system, which is a carbon fee mechanism. The Minister Zhang of Taiwan EPA revealed this information last month. The carbon fee is referred to Singapore experiences, but we know there are two important issues. First is the equality. The second part is how to the allocation of the tax revenue. So the supporting measures is also need to be taken into account. The second accelerator, I think, might be the civil engagement. Not only Taiwan, but also the country in the world. Public engagement become a very important issue in climate change. This year, the Taiwan EPA launched a social communication platform called Taiwan Climate Talk to communicate and capture public voices. I think this is a very good start on civil engagement in Taiwan. Then let's move to the last part. There are two questions and answers. I think might be no answers. First is what's the long-term plan for emission reduction in Taiwan? As I just mentioned, China, Korea, and Japan all announced the carbon neutral or net zero policies in 2050 or 2060. Taiwan should increase our capital on carbon neutral planning, but should we adjust our long-term goal in 2050? Because of the natural resource limitations in Taiwan, I think scientific evidence might be a very important part to support this critical discussion. And based on the Article 6 of Paris Agreement, international cooperation might be one of the solutions because Taiwan has a very good technology, climate technology, and we are rich, we have money. So international cooperation is in the future is a very important measure for Taiwan to promote the mitigation among the world. Then my second question is how to speak up the climate actions. Not only the two accelerators I just mentioned, the carbon pricing and the civil engagement. I think green finance might be the third accelerator in Taiwan of the reducing CO2 emission or green growth. How to move the money from production to climate action wisely and efficiently is a very important issue in Taiwan. And linked to the topic of this forum, I think many friends or experts will talk about this later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Su. Your presentation very efficient, very efficient. Thank you for your show our time. From your presentation, we can see you show us actually you show us a very comprehensive nationwide policy, climate change policy and the measures. In particular, you're talking about the national target, greenhouse gas national target under greenhouse gas greenhouse gas regulation and the management act. And the secondary, you also show us another target. I think is a very special around the world. In Taiwan, we have emission factor target from electricity or power generation. It's very special. So I think under these two targets, which will reduce our greenhouse gas emission in the future. So Now I will invite Leah to panel join this our discuss. Before their discussion, I will introduce these two panelists. The first one, Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang is specializing in the fields of energy economics, environmental economics, public economics, decision science, and policy analysis. She is also the member of the National Sustainable Development Committee of the Executive Yuan, and member of the Regional Planning Committee of the Ministry of the Interior, and the member of the Review Committee of the Renewable Energy Power Purchase Rate of the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So we know actually one word is Professor Zhang is a key person in Taiwan. Lots of titles. The second, the expert is Mr. Xi, who is general manager. Is the general manager of YC Consultant. YC Consultant is very important in Taiwan because they engage lots of projects from government. He focuses on the field of carbon management service, including policy and market analysis, emission reduction project development, emission trading, carbon footprint, and carbon neutral as well. So since the time limit, so I will suggest each panel will maybe 7 or 8 minutes for this section, for this topic. Thank you. So I will, the first one, Professor Zhang.
Thank you for your introduction, Professor Lee. Actually, Professor Lee is my colleague. We are teaching in the same university, same program. I'm very honored to be here in this session and join the discussion about the current policy status in both Japan and Taiwan's GHG reduction policy and future perspective. And we just heard two speakers gave us a very informative presentation regarding the topic. And so now I'm going to share some of my observations in this issue. According to the IPCC special report of 1.5 degree, limiting warming to 1.5 degree is not geophysically impossible. Global carbon emission must decline by nearly half to 2030 and reach net zero by the year 2050 to have at least 50% probability of limiting warming to 1.5 degree and to avoiding the worst effects of climate change. To echo this global call for an immediate action to curb greenhouse gas emission, Taiwan has adopted a series of policy measures that, for example, in July 2015, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction and Management Act was enacted as Director Su has presented. In this act, it is promulgated a 20% emission reduction for the year 2030 and 50 emission reduction to the year 2050 compared to 2005 GHG levels. This act not only provide a legal basis for the GHG reduction policy, but also start Taiwan's low carbon energy transition that features a rapid growth of renewable electricity capacities and generations. And Taiwan later on in 2015 also submit INDC, and in which the central government is authorized to develop national climate change action guidelines, GHG reduction action plans, and sectoral greenhouse gas emission control action programs. All these action plans and emission control implementation programs are required to enforce together with the Energy Management Act and the Renewable Energy Development Act for the for progressive implementation to effectively manage greenhouse gas and increase energy efficiencies. The GHG emission reduction target proposed by INDC was once thought as an ambitious policy. However, to review this, the result obtained by implementing the commitment up to this point, we observe some of the difficulties and challenges, and which may prevent Taiwan to achieve fully of its 2025 GHG reduction targets. As mentioned also by Director Su, Taiwan is a small, open, export-oriented economy, and so the lake of indigenous energy and natural resource had forced Taiwan to import most of its fossil fuel, agricultural, and industrial raw materials. And in 2019, last year, the imported goods worth approximately 285 billion US dollars, of which the share of energy, agriculture, and industrial raw materials are accounted for about 68% of the total. About 70% of the island is covered with steep mountains. Due to the lack of flat land, we have very scarce land. So the installation of 20 gigawatt of PV power plants to fulfill the target of 20% share of renewable in power generation by the year 2025 has made available land a scarce resource, which drive up the opportunity cost whenever there is a competitive usage, and hence raise the overall cost. So to develop the renewable energy in Taiwan is a very costly decisions, and also vast amount of idle land is released by the government because government owns a lot of land resources. So in order to accelerate the deployment of PV plants. The government released those idle land to the public, and among it, the installation of PV equipment on marginal or environmental sensitive lands, such as wetland or coastal areas, will pose serious debate about the appropriateness and also about its feasibilities. In order to realize the 2025 renewable target, it is also common to find that the administrative procedures have been greatly simplified to accelerate processing time, bypassing EIA, environmental impact assessment, and also ecological survey at the price of negative environmental and ecological impact. For areas where the installation of PV facilities is faster than the capacities expansion of local electricity distribution system, the problem also the problem of lack of feeder lines will present that the difficulties that the electricity generated are not made available to the place where the electricity is needed. So even if we can meet the installation capacity goals, but if we don't have enough capacity in the local distribution systems, then the electricity, the renewable electricity is not available to the users. And for this, for the cases of agrivoltaic farms in which both crops and solar power are produced to capture the dual benefit of the land use, it is also often found that the benefit of crop cultivation are being exaggerated, that some of the prime farmland are sold to private sector or sold to individuals, and the function of crop production may be degraded or lost entirely. So I just the problem I have mentioned, just some of the problem that we observe by the aggressive goals set by the government to develop our renewable energies to generate green electricity. So because of these problems, it becomes a challenge, very challenge to, and also cause some uncertainties for the fulfillment of 2025 renewable target, as well as 2030 target of GHG reduction. So that is the current difficulties we are facing. So to cope with global trend of 2050 net zero emission trend, the EPA of Taiwan is also started to investigate the issue, to examine the feasibilities, as Director Su have mentioned. However, more urgent call, I think, should be placed on the examination of the current feasibility of realization of the 2025 renewable target, as well as the target of 2030's GHG reduction goal. So it's a very nice chance to have this forum that we can have many friends from different countries to give us different fruitful discussion and also information exchanged to help Taiwan find its way to smoothly complete its green energy transition. So I am very thankful for this opportunity, and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Next, I will invite Mr. Xi. Would you please use maybe 5 minutes because I'm very limited.
Okay,
thank you.
I'll speak very fast. Okay, thank you, Professor Lee. And I would like to comment on the market mechanism aspect of national climate policy. And in this respect, I think Japan and Taiwan are actually very similar in our current status. If we look at Northeast Asia, South Korea already has a national ETS operating since 2015. China have several pilots in place and is ready to kick off its national ETS before the end of this year. And as for Japan and Taiwan, even though we do not have a national ETS, but both of us have a domestic offset system. Okay. Very similar to J credit system, Taiwan EPA has an offset scheme now, has about 58 projects registered and have issued over 11 million tons of credits. And these can be used to offset our ETS in the future. Okay. Japan also has a JCM scheme, and I believe this is a precursor to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And this is unfortunately one of the last piece of the Paris Agreement that has not been agreed to. So Article 6 is needed to enhance global mitigation ambition, as well as to reduce the overall cost. According to a study by International Emission Trading Association, IETA, last year, cooperation under Article 6 can reduce overall cost by $250 billion per year by 2030. And if coupled with nature-based solution, it can make an additional 9 billion tons of abatement by 2030. So even though Taiwan is not a party to the Paris Agreement, I believe our private sector can still find a way to participate in a global mechanism and contribute to the global mitigation goal. Actually, a Japanese company visited Taiwan last year, and he was looking for cooperation in terms of power sector reduction, and he mentioned Article 6 as a way perhaps Japanese and Taiwanese company can work together. So business sectors are always thinking ahead, and they're looking for opportunities worldwide. And I believe they will play an important role in green recovery after the COVID pandemic, as well as the long-term goal to reach the Paris Agreement objectives. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Xi. I'm sorry to shorten your time. So we just 5 or 6 minutes left. So I have a question. Will ask Mr. Takami. You mentioned that you mentioned that your country actually announced to climate neutral by 2050 this year. So I think the same case in Taiwan. Maybe we have a place. We have a place to announce something like this target. So I'm interested to know how to decide the target. Would you please share some experience in Japanese government how to decide? the process, how to decide, because this is a very ambitious and attack. So I wonder you can use maybe 3 minutes, give us a very brief, share your experience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. And so the climate neutrality is a very sudden announce for most Japanese people. So maybe we have been discussing the climate neutrality, but the process before the announcement was announced. So it's a political decision by Prime Minister. So we have to catch up the climate neutrality target after the announcement. So especially you have to find a roadmap towards 2050. So we need some modeling exercise. So my colleague in Japan are now doing a modeling exercise, simulating how to achieve the 2050 climate neutrality. And we have to identify some cost for 2050 climate neutrality, but how to reach 2050 climate neutrality is a little bit uncertain for us. So we have to start a modeling exercise, estimation cost, and we have to a lot of things to do after the announcement by Prime Minister Suga. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your share your experience for us. I think the topic is the climate neutral or CO2 emission reduction by 2050 to net zero emission is a key issue from the national-wide climate change policy and measures. So I think you share some good experience from Japan tours. So I'm very thankful for your joining us today. So do you have any question to exchange experience with our Japan, the expert from Japan? No? Okay. So I think the time is up. So I will close the session now. So before I close the session, I will thank you again to two speakers and two panelists join this session. See you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
We are going to take a short break for 10 minutes. Please come back. and the prospects of scaling up global climate funds will begin in 3 minutes. Please take your seats as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are moving on to topic 2, the current situations and the prospects of scaling up global climate funds. It is our honor again to welcome our moderator, Professor Jiande Fan from Institute of Law for Science and Technology, National Tsinghua University. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Fan.
Well, thank you. Sam, I feel honored again having the opportunity to chair this session. Yeah, the topic for this session has been the current situation and the prospects of scaling up global climate funds. And we are going to have 2 speakers. And one is from German. I think she's on the line, and she's from German. Ms. Alexandra Novikova, and she's the team leader of energy efficiency and climate finance of the Institute for Climate Protection, Energy and Mobility. So, Ms. Novikova, are you on the line?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Oh, that's great. So just wait a couple more seconds. I'll come back to you. And the other one has been Dr. Jerry Lin, and he is the director of Financial Research Institute, Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance. And in addition to these 2 speakers, we are going to also invite 2 panelists. One is from General Manager of KPMG Sustainability Consultation Company, Dr. Niven Huang. I think people all know him. He's been in the field for years. And also the other one has been Roger Zheng, Mr. Roger Zheng. And he's also from he's also from the Climate Change and Sustainability Service and Assurance Service Partner Ernst & Young Taiwan. So for the topic covered for this in these sessions, we all understand that, and if we say that the climate finance has been the cornerstone to link up all the architecture of the Paris Agreement, I think that's been quite on the point. In terms, how to scale it up, how to bring in addition to the public finance, also the private sector's financial resources has been the key. And here we are going to get a quick overview about what's the progress right now in the world and see how can we do something to be helpful in scaling up of these financial resources, especially for the developing countries and the least developed countries, because that's the only way that we can bring them in to join together with all the worlds in fighting the threat of climate change. And trying to save the time, now I'm going to invite Ms. Novikova to give out the presentation. You can take the floor now, Ms. Novikova, please.
Novikova, yeah. Okay, 1 second, I'm sharing my slides. And please let me know whether you see them. Do you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and to speak in front of such rich audience and to share the experience from the European perspectives of on how to leverage additional finance into energy transition and decarbonization. Being at the other side of the wall doesn't mean that our problems are different. They're more or less the same. But it's true that sometimes countries do develop different approaches, plans, strategies, solutions to how to tackle these problems. And today I'm going to share with you the recent advances, what the European Union has planned and going to do in order to tackle the problem. And in particular, well, as the European Union is in a way one of the greenest regions in the world, it respectively recognized since many years that climate change is a significant problem for the humanity. But recently it has become, I would say, a pillar of its strategy for the economic development for the whole region. And in line with that, the European Union adopted in December 2019, so almost a year ago, a so-called European Green Deal, which is a document, it's actually a planning document, which outlines the provisions, the statements, how the Europe is going to make its economy sustainable. And furthermore, the plan is designed in such a way that that it tries to turn climate and environmental challenges and opportunities, providing the boost for investment and overcoming many barriers which are associated with the mobilization of this finance. And it tries to cover all regions, poorer and richer and dirtier and cleaner in the EU, because the situation is different. The slide presents the main pillars of this plan, and I will start covering one by one, starting from the left corner, from the left upper corner. And first of all, the very first pillar is that Europe is going to be climate neutral. So Europe is going to set the goal of full decarbonization by the year 2050. And furthermore, it's working towards European climate law to have this political commitment and a binding target for the whole region. So to reach these targets, it's going to set various provisions for which are important to reach it. And for instance, I'm going 1 point down and down. It would like to fully decarbonize the energy supply. So this is the second bullet on the left side on the top. It would like to shift its industry fully to the circular economy approach. It would like to make the building sector climate neutral. Then I'm going to the other side and starting from the bottom. It would like to shift mobility to be fully sustainable. It would like to make the food system healthy and environmentally friendly. It would like to restore fully the biodiversity. And it would like to contribute to setting new environmental standards around the world and apply them in particular in Europe to ensure toxic-free environment. Well, these are very ambitious plans which Europe sets, and the Green Deal doesn't only say that doesn't only set these targets, but it also has a particular accompanying document which is called European Green Deal Investment Plan, also referred as Sustainable Europe Investment Plan, which says that to reach these targets, Europe has to mobilize over 10 years about 1 trillion euros, which is a very large amount. So in terms of dollars, that would be more than 1 trillion, so kind of $1.2 trillion dollars over 10 years. How is it going to do that? Well, first of all, as you see, the very large bucket in the middle is that the European Union would like to provide a significant amount of finance from the EU budget, and in particular, it wants to set a target that 25% of the whole European EU budget will go to climate purposes. EU budget is above all an investment budget, and usually if it provides €1, there is more money leverage with this €1 contribution, and therefore the European Union would like also private money to be leveraged using this EU budget. Otherwise, the money will not be enough. We know that public budget has many other purposes, and therefore, without private finance, the targets are not reachable. And many other buckets which you see on the slide, they provide information how additional money will be leveraged by the EU budget. And in particular, I will not go into each of the instruments, but I would like to highlight that a big role is devoted to private actors. To private actors, these are those who have significant amount of money and who have to provide it for energy and climate. There are, however, significant challenges. And in the business as usual scenario, the European Union has experienced that private actors are hesitant to provide investment, and therefore numerous barriers had to be overcome. In particular, many actors, such as companies or institutional investors, they claim that they are green and sustainable, but at the same time, if others would check the activities, this is not the case. So we have numerous examples of greenwashing, as well as you do. And therefore, the plan included a provision of the taxonomy, which would standardize and list all activities which would be considered as green and not green. And the other challenges would be, for instance, that we also have numerous amounts of green bonds which are not synchronized. And similar, many actors issue green bonds saying that they're green, but it's not for sure that they qualify what we expect from them to be green. And therefore, new standards had to be provided for the EU, which would be unified and adjusted to these challenges. Another issue that people are actually in Europe aware that climate is important, and they would like to also bring their money to green banks and put their money into green pension funds, but these institutional investors don't disclose the information where their investment portfolio is, and therefore the EU wanted to regulate this issue, providing additional provisions. And furthermore, there are no enough pushes and incentives for big companies to be green, and the EU also included various provisions into the action plan how to improve the motivation and stimulus for big companies to be green. And I will I will stop on several pillars, a little bit in more details, to provide you the information how these challenges were solved. In particular, is regarding to standardizing what activities could be now counted as sustainable or not. As I mentioned, the EU issued last year so-called EU taxonomy of environmental sustainable activities, which is a huge book of about 500 pages, which went into about 70 economic activities covered by all sectors. And it says in which circumstances activities in these sectors could be counted as sustainable. And there are various objectives which have to be fulfilled. These objectives of climate change mitigation, adaptation, but also sustainable use of water, pollution prevention, healthy ecosystem protection, and transition to a circular economy. So the taxonomy says that if one activity contributes to climate change mitigation, for instance, yes, it could be counted as sustainable and climate mitigation activity, but it should not harm other 5 activities. Otherwise, it cannot be counted as sustainable. So what this taxonomy is important. So this taxonomy is now applied for all member states when they report how much money they spend from EU budget on activities. So as I mentioned, 25% have to be dedicated to climate, and we orient to this taxonomy now. But also now institutional investors have to use this taxonomy as well as other market actors in order to say whether they are keeping their portfolio in green activities or not. So they have to check case by case whether they correspond to this taxonomy now. The second pillar is the disclosure of climate and environmental social governance benchmarks. In fact, it already existed before, but it did not include climate as such. And now such disclosure should also consider climate. And the main users, so those who have to disclose this information, these are institutional investors like pension funds, insurance companies, banks, and others. So they provide, they have to report on a voluntary basis whether they correspond to climate benchmarks, which are 2, whether they are aligned with European climate decarbonization trajectory, or whether they are aligned with Paris Climate Agreement trajectory, which is more ambitious than EU climate trajectory. So this is basically a label. Bank corresponds to EU climate trajectory or Paris trajectory. And to provide an example, this is not easy to provide such a benchmark. For these, a bank, for instance, institutional investor had to show that minimum yearly reduction in emissions until 2050 will be about 7% per year. This is that the portfolio is in line with the IP60 1.5% degree scenario. I'm sorry. This is that the in case of European climate benchmarks, their reduction in emissions should be at least 30% by the year 2050, as compared to the overall market index. And in case of Paris benchmark, this should be at least 50%. Furthermore, the benchmarks also regulate the share between revenues in green, so-called green revenues and brown revenues. And according to Paris benchmarks, green revenues should be a factor 4 higher than black revenues. And for EU climate benchmarks, it should be equal, at least equal ratio. So this information should be now disclosed by institutional investors, and the provision says in which way. For instance, we can't just put the label. You also have to accompany all these benchmarks with detailed information represented on the slide. It should be attached to the proper methodology, data use, data usage, and other details have to be provided to support the statements of institutional investors. What kind of benchmarks does it use? And I would like to provide one example of why is it important for Europe and the successful move of our institutional investors toward the decarbonization. And this is, for instance, an example of DLS Bank, which has, for instance, last year increased significant its performance as compared to the year 2018. And this you see at the bottom of the slide. We'll not go to these numbers, but they just testify how large the bank has become as compared to the last year. And this is against the baseline of other banks in Germany, which experience very high time now attracting new customers and providing new financial instruments searches for new niches. Gilead Bank, however, built its niches and achieved this significant performance due to its mission of investing only fully into green sustainable activities. And using this motto, using this mission, it built its business, and their Europeans, and in particular this German banks or Germans, this resulted the bank has established very good its positions on the market. The last point which I would like to highlight, sorry, not the last, the one before last, this is the disclosure of climate-related information by large companies. And in Europe, there is a list of about 6,000 companies, and before they had to follow so-called non-financial reporting directive, how they and disclose information on various environmental, social, human rights, and anti-corruption matters. And now, on the voluntary basis, these companies have to disclose climate-related information. And the next slide says in which way. So there are particular recommended disclosures, and there are so the gray buckets show in which areas these are. These are the buckets where companies have to now report how climate performance is addressing these activities of these companies. And final.
Uh-oh, there is a jet lag. 啊，讯号好像断掉了。它还有多少页？这样比较好的方法。Well, try. Okay, because the time is limited, so there is some technical problem. So we try to contact her and post him on hold, and we'll come back to bring her back and let her finish her presentation later. So we can move to Dr. Lin first. Please, you can have the floor. Well, when we are loading the slides of Dr. Lin, maybe I can make a very quick comment on Alexandra's presentation. Oh, that's here. Your turn now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jerry Lin, Director of Financial Research Institute, Taiwan Academy of Banking and Finance. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to share my perspectives about the climate finance and investment topics with you. Okay. Also, the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic outbreak within just a few months. So as the COVID-19 crisis continue, financial markets and investors might shift their focus from business profit to business resilience. And the sharp decline in economic growth 2020 will cause government to pay more attention to design regulations which involve a strong consideration of ESG factors and the information disclosure. And also, consumers have become more aware of making conscious decisions on higher demand for healthy improvements. Okay, so the importance of promoting sustainable finance is no longer just a demonstration of corporate social responsibility, but a solution to manage these emerging risks and create new business opportunities. ESG factors which integrated into investment analysis and decision making may offer investors potential long-term performance advantages and will be the main consideration of a company's reputation. Today, most investors believe that ESG ratings and the ESG key performance indicators of companies which use alternative data will be increasingly important than short-term profit under climate change impact. And also, companies are increasingly disclosing their supply chain practice as part of their sustainable reporting. So I think there are four major trends. One, develop the detection mechanism that promote business resilience. And two, strengthen the supervision of the sustainable business activities for supply chains. And three, develop ESG key performance index mechanism to improve internal control and operation. And four, promote the external sustainability rating mechanism. And climate change is the main ESG risks. There are some key questions for financial market and investors. One, how climate resilient and risk tolerant is a specific company. And two, how to evaluate the risk or return for climate change on investment portfolio. And three, what are the downside risks and the upside opportunities for climate change, and how to manage these risks and opportunities to fit in the investment process. And four, how to identify and quantify these industrial sectors' disclosure data for climate change impact. And also, banks should notice that climate and the environmental factors have become an important source of market risk, credit risk, and operation risk. First, I think banks should design a variable risk to impact assessment modeling to conduct climate change risk database and monitoring, analyzing, evaluating climate change related asset information. So there are 5 possible risk items below, and the first 2 of them are recommended by TCFD. One, physical risk. The immediate means extreme weather, and the long term means high temperature physical risks, which cause direct loss of bank assets and indirect loss of supply chains disconnection for banks' credit customers. And 2, transition risk, which caused by low carbon transformation failure for banks' credit customers. And 3, decision-making risk. Banking management who ignore the consideration of climate change factor in business decision-making process and cause a huge loss. 4, information bias risk. The use of incomplete, inaccurate, and reliable database information or external rating bias, which will cause wrong or inappropriate investment strategy and cause a huge loss. And 5, litigation risk. Institutional and private shareholders are increasingly intending to take legal actions on the company for failure to adequately disclose climate change impact and therefore cause a huge loss. So investors will become more conscious about the importance of stakeholders' protection on the climate change impact. And the International Financial Stability Board initiated the Climate Change Transparency Plan for Financial Markets in 2015. The Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, start to design a clear and effective voluntary information disclosure structure. And the European Union recently released a new version of taxonomy regulation to establish a framework to facilitate sustainable investment. And the EU taxonomy regulation is the core of EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan, which propose identification standards for green economic activities in various industries. And for business activities, taxonomy regulation provide sustainable classification criteria and establish inspection standards. And it can cover different ESG objectives, from climate change to water, air pollution, circular economic, and also include social and government objectives. And it will fit into several forthcoming regulatory initiatives, such as the EU Green Bond Standard and EU Eco-Label for investment fund and others. And for precise and consistent definitions of green and sustainability could facilitate investment by giving confidence and assurance to investors. And the potential benefits include easy tracking of sustainable finance flow and the investment incentives set by government. The TCFD implementation guide offer practical how-to guidance for companies and to take it into sustainability accounting standard board and the climate disclosure standard board framework. And also, the United Nations Support Principle for Responsible Investment is working to help investors protect their portfolios from climate-related risks. And supporting the adoption of TCFD recommendations would be a high priority for the PRI. And TCFD expect that companies disclose their current climate change-related information in their financial statement. For example, the possible impairment loss of assets, and the possible equity structure change, and possible negative effect for their ability to raise debt financing. But not only for this, TCFD also helped the board of directors of companies on a regular basis to establish a complete governance process. As EU's new taxonomy supervision program is mainly focused on large enterprises, pension fund, and the green label producers, so it really can scale up the market funding and bring potential benefits through improving market clarity. by OECD report, the goal of climate finance provided by the developing countries is total $100 billion per year in 2020. The increase was mainly driven by a rise in public climate finance. And the EU, the UK include the largest providers of public climate finance in the world. Europe has raised a fund more than double since 2013 and will continue scaling up its international climate finance contribution to help developing countries for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And they are driving the global private sector to increase investment to reduce harmful greenhouse gas and slow down global warming by sharing climate risk. So if we check this data by UNEP Finance Initiative, it concluded total loan portfolio for the major sectors and that are identified as potential at-risk sectors. It is increasingly important to evaluate and analyze the impact of banking loans portfolio at risk to climate change. However, measuring the impact of climate change on bank loans is still challenging because the physical risk of climate change on banks may will not occur for coming years, which means that relative short-term framework of loan compared to the long-term impact of climate change. And government need to help to implement the local taxonomy regulation to identify this green business process and climate change activities. And according to the IFC statistics, the green bond market with record high issuance of $240 billion globally in 2019, which is almost 33% increase in comparison to 2018. And they expect further growth in 2020. And for sustainable bonds with issuance of over $40 billion in 2019, which is almost double in size in comparison to 2018. Developed market green bond issuance come up to $500 billion, which is about 3.5% of total bond market issue last year. And the emerging market green bond issuance raised 20% to $160 billion, which is over 3% of total bond market issue in 2019. And China remained the largest emerging market issue and also the second largest issuer globally. And in fact, a strong growth in green bond, both issuer and investors, which drive up demand for ESG product. Also globally, ESG delicate fund holds almost $850 billion in asset under management. The ICMA green bond principle, the climate bond initiative and the EU green bond standard are the three main voluntary investor-focused, practical, and secure financing tools, which provide standard and guidance for green bond. And the EU green bond standard require the financial green investment to follow taxonomy regulation criteria. These standards are proposed to be voluntary, but encourage the bond issuer to get external certification like green bond second opinion and green bond index and also green bond assessment. Finally, as my presentation above, I would like to make a summary for the strategy for scaling up climate investment. One, ensure clarity, certainty, and the stability for green policies and the regulatory environment. And two, focus on a climate change measurement approach in effort to balance usability with enforceability. And 3, conduct a climate change risk assessment to screen the climate change related risk exposure using a searchable and available database. And 4, use a robust methodology and technical tools to manage climate-related return and opportunities. And Taiwan Financial Supervisory Commission has launched a new Green Finance Action Plan on August 2020 to develop new financial mechanism and to increase awareness of companies, of investors, of ESG issues, and to avoid greenwashing, to help Taiwan's green energy technology industry to raise funds, and also to promote a sustainable environment development in Taiwan. Okay, thank you for your time and attention.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lin. Yeah, because we still have the technical problem to bring back Alexandra, so I decide to move forward into the panelist discussion first. And even though I really got some very good learning point from Dr. Lin and Alessandra's presentation, but I think we better listen to Dr. Huang's presentation. I mean, your discussion first, please.
Thank you, moderator, professor, and also really great to learn a lot from these two distinguished presentations by Ms. Novikova and Dr. Lin. My name is Nevin Huang. Right now is the regional leader of KPMG Climate Change and Sustainability Service in Asia Pacific. I have several points to share. The first one is based on the Paris Agreement. If we want to control the global warming less than 2 degrees centigrade, then we need $1 trillion for low carbon transformation by 2030. But unfortunately, the global momentum by the financial sector at this moment is just only 40%, less than 40% the total amount. So we still have a lot of big gap that we need to motivate the financial sector to invest in all of the sector and all of the aspects for low carbon transformation. And according to the previous speaker's data released by Moody's Investor Service and Climate Bond Initiative, currently up to the third quarter of 2020, the global green bonds issuance has been already, the accumulated amount has been over $1 trillion. And every year, for example, like in 2019 has been almost $500 billion. Our Taiwan market for the green bond at this moment, we have 46 listed effective green bonds, and the total amount is around $4.7 billion. So comparing to the global amount, Taiwan's current effective green bonds listed in Taiwan market is still a very, very tiny portion of the global green bond markets. So my second point is, if we compare the purpose for using the green bond, this financial instrument for low carbon transformation, then it is very, very easy to notice that quite diversified sectors has already utilized the financial instrument for green bond for carbon reduction. And currently, there are 31% of the global green bond is focused on the energy from the fossil fuel base transformed to the low carbon renewables. 28% in building, 20% in transportation, 11% in waters, and the other 10% for other aspects. But if we compare that kind of structure for using the green bond financial instrument for low carbon transformation, Taiwan's situation, actually 46 current listed green bond, but actually 95% of those green bond focus on just only one topic, that is unrenewable. So for the low carbon transformation in Taiwan is something like a quite unbalanced situation. So it is an urgent call that we need to motivate the financial sector by the better policy framework for mobilizing the financial institution to put more capital into the other sectors. For example, like transportation, building sector, ICT sectors, and the general manufacturing at large. My third point is just exactly echo the previous two speakers' presentation. Taxonomy of the climate finance is very important. Our financial authorization has already launched the action plan Green Finance 2.0. But right now, it's quite confusing for what is so-called green finance. 90% of all of the terminology in the action plan Green Finance 2.0 is completely just only focused on the renewable. So the unbalanced situation is still keep going, but we worry about this kind of situation. If it's not improved, then we cannot achieve something like the same commitment but different responsibility, low carbon transformation for all over the sectors in Taiwan. Last point, at the global level at this moment, if we review the publication issued by the NGO focused on banking on climate sector, actually the global top 30 big banker still put a lot of capital on the fossil fuel, exactly the fossil fuel industries. So after 2015, the Paris Agreement has been already in the pipeline, on the journey, but still a lot of banker, they might slightly decrease their finance on exactly the fossil fuel-based industry, but right now, quite obviously, increase after 27. So disclosure and transparency is very important. We would like to call for more attention on all of the financial institutions, no matter that is a global level, regional level, or domestic level. Financial institutions should take much more higher, bigger, super responsibility to be part of the journey for the low carbon transformation at global level, regional level, and domestic level. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fang, for your valuable and very sincere comment. Okay, I think we can bring back Alexandra now. So, Alexandra, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for connectivity problems. The issue is that this is almost noon in Berlin, and the whole Berlin, the whole city of 3 million people is working from homes online, and this is why even our German strong, very high quality connection lines do not manage anymore.
No problem.
And they collapse from.
You may proceed now.
They just collapse. Yeah, so thank you very much, and I will get back to the slides where I stopped, and thank you very much for the opportunity to deliver my speech until the end. I think it's very important and interesting to compare what we are doing in Europe and what's going on in Taiwan and overall in Asia. So as I don't know where exactly I got disconnected, so I will just repeat about the EU taxonomy. So last year, the European Commission has adopted the document which is called EU Taxonomy of Environmentally Sustainable Activities. And this is the document to prevent greenwashing and to regulate what is actually green and sustainable and what is not. And to prepare the document, which is about 500 pages, so that's a huge effort. And the experts reviewed about 70 economic activities covering all sectors, including energy consuming sectors. And they listed activity by activity what could be counted as sustainable and what not. Furthermore, it provided benchmarks, so particular threshold from which level activity could be started being counted as sustainable. For instance, for renovation of buildings, there is a particular threshold when this is sustainable and when not. This is about 30% of energy savings, for instance. Furthermore, not each activity could be counted as sustainable, even for instance, if it would reduce emissions. For instance, if an activity does reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but it compromises other environmental fields, this activity can't be counted as sustainable. And overall, there are 6 fields which we regulate. This is, for instance, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable use of water, transition to circular economy, prevention of pollution, and protection of ecosystems. So if one of these activities would be damaged however, it does contribute to the other activity, so this can't be counted as sustainable. They should be green from various points of view. Next slide, please. Please, next slide. And so from now on, actors along the supply chain of investment supply chain in the European Union ideally have to apply this taxonomy. Some of them have to apply this taxonomy on mandatory basis and some on voluntary. In particular, EU member states, when they, like the countries of the European Union, when they articulate how much investment did they provide or did they stimulate towards energy transition, decarbonization, and in particular, when this money goes from public budget, they must count this money using this typology. Furthermore, participants of the finance markets must follow this taxonomy. For instance, this bank and other institutional investors, whenever they report about where the portfolio is locked in, where the investment portfolio is locked in. And other actors of the supply chain are encouraged to use this taxonomy. The taxonomy is very well elaborated at present for climate change mitigation, and it's not yet well elaborated for other sustainable activities. So as I mentioned, climate change adaptation, water, and like that. And during the next years, it will be further extended to cover even in more details all these dimensions, all 6 dimensions which are covered beyond climate change mitigation. Next slide. So the next pillar of the financing of the action plan of the European Commission, how to leverage finance, is to stimulate investors to bring their money to such institutions which invest into sustainable activities. This is done through the regulation of how climate information should be disclosed. For this, the experts of the European Commission, with the support of the European Commission, issued a report called on climate benchmarks and the benchmarks of environmental, social, and government disclosure. So actually, many companies and in particular actors of the financial markets did disclosure SDG criteria before. Now the European Commission also regulates how climate have to be incorporated. I will say right away that this is voluntary, but in the European Union, this is often that first the idea is tested and then the voluntary is becoming mandatory. And this will be also the key. So the benchmarks should be applied to institutional investors. So these are banks, these are pension funds, these are insurance companies, investment funds, and others. So what do they regulate? They provide particular methodology and how to calculate benchmarks or labels which relate to climate, which this organization could disclose. Whenever this organization disclose these benchmarks, investors such as private people like each of us and companies can therefore allocate, bring the money to actors of the finance market. They are oriented to sustainability, let's say. Please go to the next slide. And in particular, the actors of the financial market could disclose the information using two climate benchmarks. So two labels, so to say. They can say that they correspond to the EU climate transition benchmark, or they correspond to even more stringent Paris-aligned benchmarks. So in case if they correspond to EU climate transition benchmark, they claim that their investment portfolio is on a decarbonization trajectory that is in line with the minimum standards laid in the legislation of the European Union. If they claim that their portfolio corresponds to Paris-aligned benchmark, that means that their investment portfolio is aligned even to a more stringent so-called Paris-aligned decarbonization goals. And as we didn't have by the time, as when the report was writing, the new goals of the European Union to and the climate law, which is which very strictly commits the EU for climate. As of today, this parent-aligned benchmark is more stringent than the EU climate transition benchmark. Next slide, please. So the next slide shows what does it mean. No, previous. Yes. So the slide shows what does it mean for an institutional investor to correspond to this benchmark. So they have to say that they have to prove that their portfolio is such that they would achieve a minimum yearly reduction in emission intensity of 7% on the annual basis until the year 2050. For instance, so this is the middle self-decarbonization component, for instance. They also, for instance, next component have to prove that their minimum reduction of emissions intensity as compared to the market average is 30% higher in case of EU climate benchmark and 50% higher as for Paris-aligned benchmark. And for instance, the last column, I will give you one more example. So in case if they say that their portfolio corresponds to EU climate benchmark, the share of green revenues should be equal or higher than the revenue from brown assets. In case of Paris-aligned benchmarks, it should be even more. So factor 4. So green revenues should be factor 4 higher than revenues from brown assets. So therefore, to correspond to these benchmarks, this is quite some efforts for institutional investors to rearrange their portfolio. Please, next slide. So once the company calculates according to which benchmark it would claim its portfolio corresponds, it's not only puts the label, we do corresponds to this benchmark, but they also have to disclose the information which is underlying all these assumptions, calculations, which they have done in order to come to this conclusion. And this particular slide tells which sections, which components climate now goes to. In particular, the organization has to disclose which methodology was used to come to this conclusion, what kind of data is used, what kind of temperature scenario did they use, and so on. And this information should be fully comprehensively prepared and disclosed whenever the organization tells that they are climate that they're sustainable and corresponds to the label, to the benchmark as I just presented. So in this way, the aim of the European Union is to allow investors, starting from small investors and then into large investors, allow these investors to choose the greenest pension funds, insurance funds, banks, and others to bring their money to. Please, next slide. So the example which I will just briefly provide, this is the example of Gilead Bank, established in Germany. It's a pretty new bank, which is performance is outlined at the bottom for 2019 versus 2080, which shows how successful was it during the last years. And the last years were the times which were very difficult overall for the banking sector of Germany. Due to very high competition, and will not go into the discussion, but to say that large banks of Germany are having a difficult time, whereas this bank really prospers. And there is one reason underlying this success. This is that the mission is to allocate their assets only into social, into sustainable activities from different points of view. And therefore, many ordinary people as well as organizations bring their money respectively only to such banks like this GLS. And this is becoming a business model for other institutional investors around Europe to respectively disclose their portfolio to switch to more environmental activities. Please, next slide. So this was a very detailed example how our institutional investors have to disclose this information, the climate information, but also there is a new regulation, and actually it's a part of non-financial reporting directive, which says that now large companies, and we have about 6,000 large companies in Europe, which have to report various non-financial information on social matters, environmental matters, human rights, and others. And now these companies also have to report on a voluntary basis climate consideration in their activities. Next slide. And for instance, the next slide shows which elements these companies have to include. So there are about 30 recommended disclosures. They are marked with these gray squares on the slide. They are they're, for instance, within the business model of the company, various policies and processes, management practices, and others. So these are various issues really which have to be now reflected from the climate perspective and reported by these companies, so that various actors on the market, for instance, consumers, could choose respectively greener companies versus dirtier companies. Next slide, please. And the last component which I would like to also cover today, this is the new EU Green Bond Standard, and it was adopted in light of the situation that there have been various green bonds, too many green bonds issued by various organizations who could be both private and public. However, in many cases, what they claim to be green was not always green. And therefore, from this year on, we have the so-called standardization of green bonds, which are issued within the EU. And there is a procedure on how to do that of about 80 pages, which contains the whole methodology and the whole process which is involved in the green bond issuance, monitoring, verification, reporting, and other procedures. Please, next slide. And the next slide shows what are the key components of these green bond standards. So as I mentioned, it regulates the methodology along the whole cycle of green bond functioning, but also from now on, green bonds could be only issued to such activities which corresponds to the taxonomy. And therefore, those activities which are not necessarily green cannot be now labeled as green bond label. Please, next slide. In summary, I would like to conclude that the EU has set very ambitious decarbonization targets to the year 2050, and to achieve these targets, not only climate targets, but the package of environmental targets. This insane amount of resources which have to be contributed. And this is clear that the EU budget cannot do it alone, as well as the public budgets of our countries cannot address this challenge alone. And therefore, the European Union has adopted a very comprehensive set of legislation which would enable the mobilization of private finance. And this slide shows a summary of what I have presented to you today, how the European Union tackled or addressed the problems of each segment of the financial market. So companies, banks, and other institutional investors, households, and others. So basically now investors, starting from simple people and aiding with large investors, they will be able to have an orientation which pension funds, insurance funds, banks and others which are green and not green based on information disclosure, and therefore make the decision and bring the money which would therefore result in a very significant leverage effect across the whole Europe. And as we can see from the example of Gilles Bank, this business model really works for Europeans, and it seems to be that Europe is moving towards the realization of its aims, and we expect that we are going to achieve them. Thank you very much for giving me the floor and the opportunity to finish my presentation, and I remain open for any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Alexandra. I think we need to save more time for you, but unfortunately limited by the time allocated for the session. I need to push you, so I'm sorry, I apologize for this. And now I need to rush to the last panelist, Roger. I think I need to borrow some time from Professor Lee, right? How about 5 minutes? Okay. Roger, I'm sorry, I can only allocate 5 minutes to you.
Thank you, moderator, Professor Fan. And I do learn a lot from the previous 3 speeches from Ms. Novikova, and also from Dr. Lin, and also from Dr. Huang. And given time short, but I still want to share, like, from my perspective, from my experience, I do observe that there is still this connection between climate target and the business strategy from the capital market point of view. And why so? Because the corporate has to apply a more ESG integrated risk assessment approach to understand how this climate emergency is coming from, and how does that has a risks or opportunities to its resources. And it's important because now the function of the risk assessment approach is not fully considering the existing external, like the environmental target or the social needs for the society or for the environment. And that's one point. But there is another point that I also think that we need more clear pathway of the carbon budget, how it applies to the local industries. Need a more clear agenda so that the companies or the capital market can better understand how does that mean to the industry, how does that mean to the capital market, especially from the Taiwan point of view. How does the climate target 1.5 degrees means to the local Taiwanese market? And we need more guidance, we maybe need more clear agendas, and also clarify on the pathway of the carbon budget to the society as well to the corporate. So given the time, I would like to compare 3 countries, not only the Western countries, but also China. It has the 2060 carbon neutral target, Korea 2050, Japan 2050. I don't think Taiwan can wait, because I'll try to put climate change into another word, climate emergency. Actually, we need more actions. Just as Dr. Huang mentioned, we need the right allocation of all the climate funds, not only scale up the funds, we also need to understand the emergency and what's the right actions to deal with this. But all of the emergency issues, we need more transparency and trust on ESG, especially the climate-related disclosures, because the disclosure is the first step to understand the current situations, Then based on knowing the current situations and the facts, then we can plan for the future. And just my observations from the capital market. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for such a concise and informative contribution. To end up, I need to be short too. I would just like to say that thanks, Leandra, for such a good suggestion about a systematic approach and take the EU experiences as an example. And also for Dr. Lin, I just keep hearing, and I think the taxonomies is somewhat like a Bible. You got to believe in it. And also, I appreciate for Dr. Huang's comment about the balance on the focus. I think that should be buried in all our mind. And in the end, yeah, not only scaling up, we need to do more, and we need to figure out the goal, the logical connection between the goal and the model, so that we can really make the green finance meaningful. Well, thank you very much for all your patience, and at this evening time, hopefully, you can save the energy for the last session. Thank you, Phil. Thank you all. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
充电。没问题，没问题，我们已经是多少？真的吗？真的没问题，那我们已经今天开始。可以给我。更急的，等会。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we are moving on to topic 3, the opportunities and challenges of energy transition. It is our great honor again to welcome our moderator, Professor Jianming Li, Vice President of Taiwan Research Institute. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Li.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, very welcome to join this topic. I'm Chairman Li from Taiwan Research Institute. I'm very honored and pleasure could be a chair of this topic. The title is talking about the opportunities and the challenge of energy transition. I think this is a very important issue or policy and the measures for achieving net zero emission by 2050. So we are very honored could be invite 5 experts to join this topic. 2 speakers and 3 experts join the panelists. So since we just 1 hour, 60 minutes, so we need very efficient to engage this topic. So I will first invite Mr. Doi, who is working at Japan Renewable Energy Corporation. He is specialized in the field of international joint ventures, business transformation planning, management, and operational modeling, and joint ventures. Let's use our big hand to welcome Mr. Doi. Would you please give us 15 minutes presentation? Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be able to join from Tokyo today. Today, I'd like to speak from a renewable developer and IPP perspective in Japan, the history of renewable introductions, the current situation, and some examples of the challenges we face here in Japan. But before I jump in, please let me make a brief introduction on who we are and what we do. Okay, oops, thank you. First, I'd like to introduce our company's mission statement. As you can see on this slide, our mission is to change the world with renewable energy. And in our current corporate vision, we stress that we seek to harmoniously coexist with the local community and also hold, maintain, and operate our plants for the entire project life. We believe this is the philosophy that helps us overcome the various challenges we face. The company was founded in 2012 with support from our investors, Goldman Sachs and Singapore's GIC. We've grown to a little under 400 employees. And starting from PV, now we also develop onshore and offshore wind, hydro, and biomass projects across Japan. Our affiliates include our operation company, JRE Operations, EcoGreen, recycling company, and lastly, JRE International Taiwan, which is our Taiwanese development company. Currently, we have 55 power plants in operation and construction in Japan. This number is 56, including one plant we have in Taiwan, but the total capacity is over 800 megawatts, and this figure will reach 1 gigawatt soon. But our total pipeline is over 10 gigawatts, and we hope to meet this in the near future. As briefly introduced earlier, we start from development from the initial desktop survey and manage construction and continue to hold the assets after COD. We believe that operating our plants is advantageous to build up our operational expertise to utilize in future development, but also by continuing to participate in the community helps us build up our reputation as a trustworthy partner that delivers their promise to contribute to the local community. So enough about JRE, and I'd like to speak about the Japanese market. This slide shows the electricity mix by installed capacity in Japan. Post Fukushima in 2011, many of the nuclear reactors have been taken offline and are waiting for reactivation. From 2012, you can see a sharp ramp up in renewables, mainly through an increase in PV. For the future, we think that wind, both the onshore and offshore, will further contribute to this sharp increase. So what happened? In 2012, the feed-in tariff or FIT regime for Japan was announced, this triggering a spur of development in PV. This was because the feed-in tariff for utility scale PV started out with a very generous tariff of 40 yen per kilowatt hour, approximately 11.4 Taiwan dollars. The feed-in tariff for PV dropped annually, but high pricing in the initial years allowed for large-scale development with extensive civil work. Also, the application for the feed-in tariff did not have many requirements, only consent from the landowners, and there was no deadline for COD. Thus, it made it very easy to submit applications. So many saw this as an opportunity to make money and entered the market. This also caused problems. There were instances when the landowner was unaware of any FIT applied to their land. Many projects were poorly planned, and when brokers started selling these projects, these problems became clear. For example, we've been introduced to many projects, hundreds of them, but we had to turn down most of them, finding out that many of these were impossible to realize. The PV market eventually evolved into an auction process. The latest auction was held in early November with a ceiling price of 12 yen, a little under $3, $3 trillion, and new PV development has dwindled down significantly. Regarding other types of generation, there has been a fair amount of biomass, wood-fired biomass that you can see in this green bar, mainly with imported wood or palm kernel shells. However, gradual depletion of stable supply and other problems such as currency hedging, the environmental impacts of these sources of fuels, new development for biomass is getting difficult. I will touch upon wind on another slide. This chart shows the astounding feed-in tariff applications at the end of 2019. Over 100 gigawatts of applications have been approved. Almost 80% of these are for PV. And out of these 80 gigawatts, approximately 30% or 24 gigawatts of these projects still have not been completed. This is a mixture of projects in development or construction And we can verify this because some of our projects are still in this status. But it can also be noted that a large number of these projects are dormant. And since these dormant projects also maintain grid capacity and hinder grid availability for new projects, the Japanese government retroactively made changes to these feed-in tariff rules between 2012 and 2014. So generally, this was very good for the industry, but this also penalized projects that were late to finish due to permitting process and did cause market confusion. It can also be noted that there's only a small amount of wind that have been installed. This is because the permitting process for wind projects is very long. After measuring wind with masts, there's a very lengthy environmental impact assessment process, and this takes up to 7 years from start of development to obtain a COD. So we will start seeing wind ramping up soon as people are starting to finish up their permitting processes. In the previous slides, I explained how Japanese renewable market has been driven by PV in the past, and there have been some repercussions due to this fact. This chart illustrates the total increase in electricity bills in Japan. Japan originally targeted 23 to 24% as renewables of the generation mix in 2030. This is a 14% increase from 10% in 2012. As of 2019, the increase is 6%. But at the same time, the increase of electricity bills due to renewables is approximately 3.6 trillion Japanese yen, approximately 1 trillion Taiwan dollars. And this is due to the large number of PV projects that have been activated with high feed-in tariff prices. And the average household electricity bill increased by approximately 11%. And this led to perception that renewables are expensive. So the Japanese government has made plans to sustain the total amount of increases in electricity prices to a total of 4 trillion yen while maintaining the renewable goal, meaning that the remaining increase in generation capacity must stay cheap. So changing subjects. And this slide shows an example of the requirements of civil work needed for a large-scale PV plant to withstand rain and also make up for water retention capacity lost by cutting trees. Massive trenches for rain drainage and reservoirs are needed. This plant lies on 17.9 hectares of land with 5.3 hectares set aside to preserve the environment and for water retention capacity. The trenches are 1.2 meters deep, and the reservoir is engineered to hold up to 9,000 cubic meters, calculated to withstand rainfall of up to 166 millimeters per hour. However, some unexperienced developers construct these plants which do not have this capacity or proper engineering to withstand unnatural weather events. And some of these have caused flooding, landslides, and this has given public perception that renewables are bad for the environment. So to sum this up from a public perception aspect, the increase in electricity prices, accidents in PV plants have given rise to opposition to certain projects across Japan. Furthermore, in the initial years when there was a rush for many people to make a quick money by securing land and obtaining a feed-in tariff, there were unfortunate cases of fraudulent land deals and poorly planned projects, leaving a bad place in many people's mouths. Also, since PV does not create many jobs at the plant itself, paired with the conception that nuclear is cheap, this gives many people the impression that renewables is not good for the local economy. And at one point, I can say that this outweighed positive perception towards renewables. However, since the change in government in Japan, perception is changing. The Japanese government is finally pushing to become carbon neutral and wants an industry to support it. The push is to build up industry and create jobs for wind and other renewables. There's also a push for deregulation, which I'll touch upon later. So as a developer, this change in the atmosphere is most welcome. I can feel that it's getting easier to converse with the local communities, but this does not mean that we can obtain local consent overnight. The key is how we sincerely address the specific needs, the concerns of the locals, even if it means abandoning these projects due to inability to come to agreement at times. So how is this done? I wish I could show you an innovative method or some quick solution, but what it really boils down to is 3 words, and that is communication, communication, and communication. There's no shortcut. This chart shows the history of the development of a wind farm we developed. Prior to starting development, we held numerous town hall meetings to explain our development plans, and only after we held these meetings and obtained consent did we erect our met masts to conduct wind studies. We also conducted many studies such as sound, natural vegetation, water quality, radio waves, bird and bat strikes, air quality, just to name a few. But in each phase of our studies, we continuously held town hall meetings to report our findings and also receive feedback on the locality's concerns. Also, during these surveys, we also make efforts to communicate with the local stakeholders what their concerns are and how we can alleviate them. We participate in the local events, volunteer. Through this process, we get a better understanding of the community, gain their trust, and hope to be able to construe a win-win plan for both parties. And this construes sustainability in the long run. This communication does not end at COD. Continuous contributions to the local community is necessary. But we want a good marriage. We don't, not just a good wedding. So sponsorship of local events, festivals, educational activities, workshops, plant tours, various awareness programs. We make this a company culture by indulging employee participation through paid leave for volunteering. By continuous participation with these communities, this also gives us ideas on how we can contribute to others. So going forward, there are still many bottlenecks to development of renewables in Japan, some of which I've already mentioned, but let me explain a few. To develop farmland, a permit of conversion of farmland is necessary. There's a great deal of unused farmland, and the total used farmland is an equivalent of half of Japan's electricity needs if all of these lands were converted into PV. Of course, all of this land can't be used, but nevertheless, utilization is a big potential. Regarding forest development, there is a large amount of areas that can't be used due to the fact that they are national forests. Likewise, this all cannot be utilized, but there are areas that could be release a great potential of wind development. The environmental impact assessment is very expensive and quite lengthy, especially the review of each stage. The assessment has 4 stages, and each stage report requires review from various parties. By shortening this process, this will increase returns and make very many sites economically viable. And last, we have a great constraint on grid capacity. Many of this capacity is said to be full to leave room in case of accidents, but these accidents rarely happen. So grid connection on a non-firm basis, meaning the plants will be curtailed in these emergency situations, has just started in Japan, and is expected to open new opportunities. However, still, there needs to be a central movement to enhance the grid to connect the rural areas that have a great renewable capacity to the load centers. But luckily for us, Japan has just started to fully embrace the necessity of renewables, and the new government under Prime Minister Suga has committed to net zero emissions by 2050. And this has induced various reform packages to support this. Deregulation to release some farmland and natural forests, ambitious goals for renewables will be set for the next basic energy plan, and this will support industry investment. So we are finally beginning to see the necessary support for renewables and hope that public perception will change. However, the development sector must act responsibly so we don't step on our own tails. Again, integrity and trust must be gained to bring a sustainable society for the next generations and promote a industry. So that's all from my side, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'll hand this over back to you guys at Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your very excellent presentation and you sharing of your country, in particular, renewable energy development history. The presentation made me very impressed, in particular, in FTI region change from since 2019 change from FTI to auction. I think it's a very important for your country. So later I will discuss for this point. The other key point, let me know. You show the communication is very important for launch renewable energy because the people are very concerned the high price. I think in Taiwan maybe the same case. In particular, you say 3 times communication. Let me link to President Tsai when she win the president election campaign. He also said this 3 words: communication. I think communication maybe is really important. So later we will discuss more detail about that. So now I will move to our second speaker, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen get his PhD program from Germany. Now Dr. Chen is the postdoc fellow of the Risk Society and the Policy Research Center of National Taiwan University. The institution is an integrated platform for transdisciplinary sharing of ideas, knowledge, and political actions. Going beyond established boundary among academics, practitioners, and policymakers, we intend to conduct intensive but in-depth discussion of important risk issues and raise social awareness. So let's use our big hand to welcome Dr. Chen.
Well, thank you, Professor Lee, for a very nice introduction, and thank you, MOFA and TRI for inviting me. And thank you, Doi-san, for laying out a very critical foundation for energy transitions. And I cannot agree with you more on the importance of communications. So in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about, I'm going to push further on the Taiwanese experience and Taiwanese side story. And by talking about the political challenges, by the political frameworks and roadmap, and also discuss a little bit more the opportunity and challenge that the Taiwan is going to face in terms of energy transitions. So I believe most of you already know that Taiwan is highly dependent on imported fossil fuel energy, and which include coal, natural gas, and the oil. And Taiwan has very little renewable energy at the moment, which account in 2017 account for less than 5%. So it somehow creates some kind of issues in the sense that, for example, the share of fossil fuel in electricity production is really, really high compared to, for example, Japan, Germany, and Korea. Well, those countries just for reference, like to understand where Taiwan stands. So you can see like Taiwan actually has a really high percentage in terms of share fossil fuel in energy production, electricity productions. And not just that, in terms of electricity consumption per capita, Taiwan also scored pretty high compared to other countries, right next to Japan, I mean. And besides, also, as we already know, the share of renewable energy in electricity productions, I mean, as we already know, 2017 is less than 5%, and the increase rate is not really drastic in the past few years compared to Germany, Japan, and Korea. So, where's my slide? So where does it put Taiwan? So in terms of annual share of global CO2 emissions, Taiwan actually accounts for 0.75% in 2018. That's actually really high considering Taiwan's total population only account for 0.3% of the total global population. So in a way, it's Taiwan's per capita CO2 emissions also place Taiwan in one of the most emission-intensive countries. I believe in 2017 or 18, Taiwan ranked the 21st when it comes to the CO2 emission per capita in the world. So these are the backgrounds that Taiwan faces, and those are the words that described in the figure. So in a way that Taiwan is actually has its challenge in terms of energy transitions in order to like either to reduce CO2 emissions, to transform into a more renewable, sustainable society. But okay, you might wonder, so what has Taiwanese government done to address this problem? So it does provide some sort of roadmap so far. First, for example, in 2016, the government set up the so-called Office of Energy and Carbon Reductions. For the first time, it set the renewable target to 20%. In a way that you want to reach 20% of its total energy mixture by 2025. And in 2017, the government amended the Electricity Act, which somehow liberalized the current energy market and allow more investment and also create more market incentives for the green energy. And in 2018, the government drafted the first energy transition white paper, which officially set a goal of 20, 30, 50, which stand for 20% renewable, 30% coal, 50% nitrified gas by 2025. And in 2019, the government amended the Renewable Energy Development Act, which set another target that in 2025, we should reach the renewable energy capacity by 27 gigawatt in 2025. So generally speaking, so this is the map that you're gonna see, or this is the figure you're gonna see, in the coming 5 years, that how Taiwan's energy structure gonna change. So from the current, for example, 5.5% of renewable energy is gonna increase to 20%. And the current 33% natural gas is gonna become 50. And for coal, which is currently 46% gonna decrease to 30%. And in terms of nuclear, it's gonna be phased out or scheduled to be phased out by 2025. So in a way, based on these roadmaps and guidelines, I'm gonna give us some key strategies of energy transition in Taiwan, which are energy structure, energy conservations, renewable developments, and energy digitalizations. So to be more specific about this strategy, in terms of energy structure, as I already mentioned before, the 2030 50 target and also the 27 gigawatt capacity for renewable energy. And in terms of renewable development, the government has actually issued the so-called 2-year solar PV development plan and the 4-year wind power development plan. And besides, there's also a green energy roof project which try to increase the installation rate of PV solar panels on the rooftop. And more importantly, the so-called energy digitalization plan is that the government intended to set up smart grids and meter system in Taiwan and plan to reach 1 million end user by 2020 and 3 million end user by 2024. And lastly, in terms of energy conservations, so the government issued energy saving initiative across like different sectors in terms of like industry, transportations, and others, and try to increase energy intensity and electricity intensity. And besides, the government also intend to increase the share of electric vehicles and with different time frame and rolling goals. So those are the strategy we're looking at so far. So the Risk Society and Policy Research Center actually carry out a small evaluation based on this roadmap. And judging by the current performance in 2020, the conclusion is that the solar plan is not actually doing very well because it's not really reaching its designated target, which is 6.5 gigawatt in 2020. We only have 4.6 gigawatt as of September of 2020. And in terms of wind, well, there's a huge room to improve, but I mean, you can observe that there's a slow progress and moving toward the goal. And in terms of coal, it's actually one of the roadmap. One of the measures is doing much better than the other two because the large-scale coal-fired power generation continue to decrease, and for the first time is lower than the gas-fired power generations. So, what are the opportunity and challenging we are looking at today? So, although you might hear that politicians saying it's difficult to increase the renewable share in Taiwan, but in fact, the renewable share in our total energy mixture has been increasing since 2008. And you can see the significant increase of solars in Taiwan. And so, in a way, the government somehow designed to put solar and wind as the two energy that has the most potential to push Taiwan further on this energy transition trajectory. So in terms of solar, you can see that it has a significant increase from 2016 to 2019, and concentrated on the county like Tainan, Zhanghua, and Yunlin. But there are also some concerns derived from the solar panel installations, as mentioned previously by Professor Zhang in another session. So for example, there's insufficient corresponding guidelines, late supporting regulations, and impacting the local agriculture activities, change of the local landscape, and there are also ongoing conflicts with preserving the local ecosystem. And whether or how to unlock the potential at the eastern part of Taiwan, that's another question we probably need to address. And another big potential, wind. So as you can see, I mean, there is no like really significant increase, but they are increase of wind energy in Taiwan starting from between 2016 and 2019. And especially in the county, for example, Zhanghua and Yunlin. And Taiwan actually has a great potential. I believe, like Anderson will agree with me. A big potential in terms of develop offshore wind energy. So this map provided by MOEA suggests that, for example, at a shallow water area, deeper water area, it actually can reach a lot of wind energy capacity than more than we expected. So there's a lot of potential that Taiwanese government is trying to invest or trying to develop about this. However, since installing wind turbine is not an easy task, it also encounters so many challenges like we are witnessing today. For example, the fishery dispute. I believe Anderson can share more about this later. and the noise pollutions and health impacts on the local community that still hasn't been fully addressed, and ecological impact, which is advocating by the environmental group that, I mean, still has no solution to that. So this ongoing local protest is still like, happening in the background in terms of energy transitions. And more importantly, how does Taiwan make this technology transfer to its like local industry? That's another question. Or how to localize the technology? That's another big issue that the Taiwanese government need to address in the coming years. So, I mean, those are the technical aspects. I mean, I believe they're experts, I mean, know much more about this than me. But I would like to spend the rest of the time to talk a little bit about the public perceptions, echo to Doi-san what just mentioned, public perception on energy transitions. So this graph shows you that actually most people in Taiwan, well, nearly 90% of people in Taiwan support the government to take much more climate actions. And you can see that there's barely like 2% of people object to government taking climate actions. So this looked really promising, like yay. But however, there's devil in the details. So this figure shows you the number article contains energy transition on Facebook in the past 1 year. So you can see the increase of number of posts regarding energy transition and decrease of posts on energy transitions. So, and this figure shows you that the articles or posts on Facebook, they contain renewable energy or green energy in Taiwan. And you can see they somehow relate to the number of the energy transition posts, like whenever there's an increase, the renewable energy increase. So it somehow gives a sense that when people talk about energy transition, people would also talk about renewable energy and green energy. However, when it comes to nuclear energy, you can see there's an even sharper increase on the Facebook post when it comes to energy transitions. And it somehow, like, especially by the end of 2019, the increase is much higher than any other article containing green energy or renewable energy. And why is that? So according to Google Trends, the search intensity on air pollution, renewable energy, and nuclear energy for the past 4 years, you can see that when people search about air pollutions, especially in the past 1 year, people also search about nuclear energy. So there's somehow a divide when it comes to, okay, we need to address environmental issue, we need to address air pollutions, but there are a large portion of people in Taiwan, they will turn to nuclear energy as a solution instead of renewables. And you might wonder, why is that? So this picture shows you that the most influential Facebook pages on energy transitions, renewable energy, and nuclear. And you can see that the most influential one on energy transition plus renewable energy is the current president, Tsai Ing-wen, that she's really influential on these topics. But when it comes to nuclear, you can see that it's Mr. Han Kuo-yu, who was the former presidential candidate from the biggest opposition party. So you can see there's a party politic divide on whether consider nuclear as a solution to address energy transition or not. And that's the thing that the government probably need to address in the coming years if it want to achieve its 2025 goal. So in conclusion, it's crucial that Taiwan transform its existing energy structure. Taiwan needs long-term energy transition planning, then just go beyond and to go beyond 2025, because so far we only have 2025 goals. And Taiwan need to really address its offshore and solar energy, and also how to and to discuss and to communicate with the local community how to unlock these potentials and to avoid this dispute while preserving the ecosystem. And finally and lastly, the divisions on nuclear phase-out could jeopardize the energy transition trajectory in Taiwan. And they require much more research and efforts from NGO and government to really communicate and address that. Yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your very good presentation. Actually, this presentation, you point out some issue or challenges for solar PV and wind power development here in Taiwan. So maybe I will move to our panelists. Maybe they will respond to this issue. So when I move to our panelists, I will first introduce Dr. Doretta Lin. Doretta Lin is the technical director of WPD Energy Taiwan. WPD Energy is playing a pivotal role in converting energy supplies and contributing towards protecting our climate. The 2,200 employees of WPD are working committed in 25 countries and can fall back on their experience gained from setting up 2,200 turbines with an output of 4,450 megawatt. So let's welcome Director Lin.
Thanks Professor Lee and Minan and other speakers from overseas. I'm the Anderson Lin from WPD. As Professor Lee just said, I think I'm coming from a localized German developer. I think our people are really localized, and we are the #1 onshore developer in Taiwan so far. And I could follow Minan's presentation. I think she gave us a very good introduction regarding the energy transition in Taiwan. I think very simple. We need to make it sexy. Without make it sexy, make it easy, I think the energy transition in Taiwan is a difficult wording to the public, because we need to have the public general acceptance and involvement. And we don't forget, we have the very sexy people. We have very sexy environment. We have a strong wind. We have big sun. And we have the very sexy market. We have the FIT. And so we have this opportunity. So we need to create the chance and expand the opportunity to local supply chain. Without the local supply chain, I think we are lacking of the support of the energy transition. I think today, because public, when we talking about energy transition, we are only talking about environment, social, but maybe another success factor, and they are also the key stakeholder. We are always forget about them. Is industry. I think industry, they play a dual role because they are the user, but they are also the producer. So we need to have the general acceptance of the industry. Besides, before TSMC attract by this sexy RE100, I think the general public acceptance of the energy transition, especially the renewable energy, from my personal observation, I think may not so common and also very difficult to the public. As long TSMC sign this CPPA, I think the investor and the market and the public, they understood it's workable. It's really not a theoretical energy. It's a real energy they could reach. I think we need to create the easy access to the industry, because without the easy access and competitiveness of the electricity, renewable energy, I think the industry they still hesitate to involve. But we need to invite more industry to involve. And this will create an environment we call the ecosystem, similar like our ICT ecosystem. We will have the sustainable development of the renewable energy. We will have the organic growth of the renewable energy. And this could help energy transition. I think we need to prepare this kind of the roadmap. Of course, government already announced a lot of the policy, legal framework, but don't forget attract industry to involve more, because we need industry to support and involve. Thank you. It's my.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Very many thanks for your share your experience for this topic. So now I will move to our the second local expert, Dr. O. Dr. O is the senior legal counsel of CIP, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. Is a fund management company specialized in offering tailor-made investment in energy infrastructure assets globally. In particular, with renewables and the greenfield segment, we are pioneers in taking our approach and method global and in realizing a profitable green energy transition based on high ESG standards. So now let's welcome Dr. O to share his experience about this topic.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for the kind introduction. And as Professor Lee introduced, so CIP is globally investing in all sorts of different renewable energy assets, onshore wind, offshore wind, also solar. But in Taiwan, we are mainly focusing on offshore wind. And I think I'm very impressed by the two speakers and what they share with us. And then from what Mr. Doi says, and in a sense, it's a bit comforting from the local Taiwan perspective to see there are different challenges and we share different problems, and hopefully we can solve problems together. And it's interesting to hear your experience. And for Dr. Chen, I think you gave a very good framework. And I think it is indeed we need to build a roadmap toward beyond 2025. That is very important. And I cannot agree more with Mr. Anderson Lin, because with our fellow developers, we kind of face the same issues, but we are also trying to seize these opportunities. Right? From the business perspective, there are challenges, but I think where challenges lies represents opportunity. And I think thinking about today's presentation, I want to share three perspectives. One is there is a general trend of change of economic incentive, like in Japan, moving from feed-in tariff to auction. In Taiwan, offshore wind, we will see the same, right? So I think government has been pushing a lot on demand side, and they see the momentum of driving already. So they want to, also partly due to public pressure, to change the economic incentive scheme. I think on a broader scale of things, obviously from a developer's point of view, it would be nice to have feed-in tariff, but from a broader energy transition perspective, it is good for energy transition to move forward. But I think what is lacking is a bit on the demand side of incentives. So I think also we should think about how to increase demand for renewable. RE100 is something global, but locally, I think the government can do more. The second thing I want to share, and it's also echoing what Mr. Lin is saying, is industry support and localization. And I think there are incentives to do energy transition and also supporting the local economy, and that will be true for all the jurisdiction, right? And that is what the government is doing. And what is challenging, though, is the enforcement of those things. And I think there are more flexibility and looking at feeding more commercial senses into it and building, real competitiveness of local industry. That is truly important. And the third point I want to share is echoing, I think everyone talked about a little bit today, is general public's perception and communication. I think I couldn't speak more about how important it is as a developer to communicate with your community and with all the stakeholders. And I think that's something actually policymaker and the government should do together, and to build the public awareness. And I think it's really important, you have that bottom-up support so that the energy transition can work. So all in all, calling for better regulation, but for general public support is super important for energy transition to work. That's my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O. Very many thanks for your share 3 points about this topic. Now we will back to online. We another panelist expert from Germany, Berlin. Simon, say hi. Do you see us?
I can see you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, before your comments or discussion, I will introduce briefly introduce you for our audience. Okay, Simon is a managing director of IKEM since 2014. He specialized in research on energy law with a focus on the issue of electricity storage. He spent 1 year at the German Statistic and 2 years at the Baker Bonner Hill, a law firm specializing in energy law as a lawyer in the field of renewable energies. So very welcome you join us. So turn to you for please share your experience about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be part of this event with so many grateful and great guests and presentations. And I congratulate you on the first successes on the way to the energy transition in Taiwan, even though we know it is a long way to go. And I'm here to talk a little bit about the German experiences on this way. And I would like to share 3 experiences with you. First is experiences has certainly shown that it will be difficult for renewable energies to establish themselves on national markets on a long term if fossil fuels are still continue to be subsidized. We have therefore in Germany decided to phase out coal entirely and nuclear as well. Second, in order to replace the many jobs that are connected with the coal industry, innovative concepts are needed that, for example, combine wind turbines with hydrogen production, which also brings the energy transition towards the gas sector. The European Union is in a moment calculating with 10,000 jobs per 1 billion euro investment into green hydrogen. Third is, Germany has a lot of good ideas, but also a lot of regulation. Our experience is that this regulation is quite often a barrier for innovative business models. Therefore, we have established model regions of the energy transition, which are also accompanied with regulatory innovation. We call that regulatory sandboxes. So I'm happy to discuss with you if these 3 options are also options for the Taiwanese energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, very thank you for your sharing about the Germany experience for us. So we have about 5 minutes left. So I don't know have any response to the issue just we talking about. Do you have any response? So I have a question. I point out, let our expert to discuss. We know just all experts talking about the renewable energy 100. So in my idea, maybe in the future, if this under this progress, maybe we need lots of renewable energy, in particular electricity, renewable electricity. So in that time, maybe in our market, will face demand over supply. So we haven't we haven't enough renewable energy to support the market demand. So I don't know. This case will be happen in the future. So do you have any response this issue, Doi, Mr. Doi? In your experience, it can be happen in the future.
Yes, I do think that may happen. Regarding what's happened in Japan is that many of the countries are very reluctant to embrace the RE100 because the electricity prices are so high now. But they, so for example, Sony has mentioned that they will reach RE100 by 2030. So in that time frame, I think given that many companies will also follow, we will see a point, I think, where there's not enough electricity, renewable, to support it. So to do that, I think there needs to be another push, and not only from a IPP side, but from the industry side as well to maintain a balance here.
Please.
Yeah, I would like to add on a little bit. I mean, yes, I mean, I would really love to see in Taiwan there's more demand than supply. And I would love to see you reach RE100. But I think before that, I mean, since Taiwan is an island country, since Japan, and I think there's certain concern regarding whether renewable energy can sustain the whole island's needs or not. So I think before that, I mean, we need to unlock more potential, especially for example, the Eastern Taiwan, and also somehow increase the capacity in terms of energy storage. I mean, I think that's really, really crucial if we really want to reach RE100. And so I would love to see that happen, but I feel like there are several steps we still need to reach in the coming years.
Could be happen. I think it's an opportunity for your company. So
for sure it will happen because Taiwan is the main ICT is for export business. The buyer is also asking, also commit to RE100. So I think they have no choice. They have to also have the renewable energy demand. But however, I think Taiwan although it's a small island, but we have a big sea. So extend up to Pacific Ocean, extend up to the mainland China, Taiwan Strait. That is all our territory. So it's as long as we have no limit ourselves, we have a great potential to develop the ocean energy, offshore energy. So we don't limit ourselves. And as well as I think the technology, it will come. The innovation will come. So this will improve the energy efficiency, energy storage. So for instance, like hydrogen, I think right now is quite popular. So this, as long as we make the competitiveness and make the price is sexy, I think the industry will follow. Industry will involve.
Thank you. Dr. O?
I completely agree. And I think the demand will be there and it will grow. But from the developer point of view, especially, I think our projects requires non-recourse finance, so that we cannot bank on the trend. You need a bit more certainty, and I think that is where the government policy is important to guide the increase of demand and to nudge it, right? So RE100 is something a big supply chain voluntarily joined, but not necessarily with a pace that fits the development. So I think that the balance of these two different policy tools is very important. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Simon, do you want to say some word to respond the issue just we talking about, please?
Yeah, I think if you increase the renewable production on the electricity side, you also need a little more storage, as the speakers before pointed out, because the electricity is usually volatile produced when it comes to sun and wind. And you can use, therefore, the gas sector, and you have to replace the natural gas anyway if you want to become climate neutral. So I would recommend that is what we are trying in the European Union at the moment. We are in the beginning of this process, of course, but to think in integrated systems, to think electricity, gas, and also the oil all together. And then you can use the advantages of each of these energies.
Okay, thank you. I think the time is up, so I will close the session. I will say again, very many thanks for all people come join this session. Thank you. See you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first day of the